Good evening, West Orange. This is Joe Fagan. We're coming to you live from inside council chambers. This is the continuing series of the West Orange Township Council budget workshops. Thank you for your patience. We are a little behind schedule, but I now turn the floor over to Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Welcome, West Orange, to our sixth budget workshop for the 2025 municipal budget. Draft budget from the mayor originally proposed to raise municipal property taxes by 6.2%. So we have been looking for and identifying efficiencies and savings to lower that increase. If you want to follow along, please go to the township website, westorange.org. Use the search box in the upper right hand of the page, type in budget, then click on the first result, budget. And you'll see the mayor's draft budget that will be working, that we originally worked from. It has been superseded by a updated budget dated June 17th. You also see on the same page. And that has subsequently been superseded with another version that we don't yet have up online and that we won't be using. But Mr. Detiniak assures me that if you're online from Zoom for this, or if you're in council chambers, you will be able to follow along with everything that he's going to be speaking about tonight. We are not taking public comment tonight. If you want to comment or ask questions, please send an email to council@westorange.org, which, despite what you may think, also goes to the mayor and several people in her administration. If you want to send just to the council, send it to one of us and ask for distribution to each of us. If you need email addresses, search for council on the township website. Recordings of the workshops are on the township website. Find them by searching for video gallery. Tonight we have with us as our celebrity guest, Mr. Todd DeBovey from the Citizens Budget Advisory Board. And welcome, Mr. DeBovey.
Thank you.
DeBovey is a longtime resident and has a significant real estate and financial background. Let's see. I want to just encourage everybody to continue to speak into the microphone so that everybody can hear, and that includes me. And lastly, I just urge everyone to consider time efficiency in their comments and questioning to be sure that what you say is necessary. The faster we carefully go through the budget, the better. Madam Clerk, you thought I forgot.
I did. Thank you. This is to inform the general public that this workshop is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The notice for this workshop was emailed to the West Orange Chronicle and the Star Ledger on June 27th, 2025. Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Let the record show that Councilwoman Rudin is absent currently. Councilwoman Scarpa?
Present.
Council President Krokoviac.
Present.
Thank you.
Mr. Tediak, you have the calm.
Thank you, Council President. So I'm going to go through the agenda for everyone watching at home. They should be able to see my screen right now. Mr. Fagan, correct? So we're going to start with what we're calling the cut summary. So we're going to go from that amount to be raised per household, per average household that we had posted in the original budget to what we are down to right now and sort of how we got there. Then I'm going to speak about the IT budgets, and we spoke about those at the last meeting. And the request from this council was that there would be more detail rather than the one line that was included in each of the IT budgets. So we've detailed it out along with sort of a breakage or a difference versus what we've asked for and the detail that we've provided. We're going to talk a little bit about unemployment insurance, general liability insurance, workers' compensation insurance. We're going to go through the tax assessor, and then we're going to get into the utilities, fuel, electricity, street lighting, fire hydrant service, and water. And that will conclude tonight's budget hearing. And one thing I want to say is I do have some requests, like from Councilwoman Scarpa. Mr. DeBovey has some budget requests. I will get to those. I apologize. we're just so inundated in the finance office. We have a early payroll this week and some new debt service that's come online. So, but I will get to your questions and the other thing I want to say is a big thank you, obviously, to the council and to the Citizens Budget Advisory Board for their input over these last couple months as we've gone through these hearings. As Council President said, this is hearing 6. I think we've made some really great strides, and I appreciate all the input from everyone, even though sometimes my face makes it seem like I don't, but I'm a little bit expressive and it's come across negatively. But I do thank everyone for their work, and I'm going to be meeting with the CBAB after the holiday, and I'm looking forward to really getting into the nitty gritty with them and getting their input. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank everyone for this process. So I'm going to move on to the summary. My Excel opens.
You have not emailed the council and the board, these specific spreadsheets. We're just gonna follow along.
Yeah, you're just gonna follow along. Yep.
Oh, you did? Oh,
Yeah.
Yep.
Where was I? Thank you.
Okay, so as I stated before, our original increase on the average home was at $243.31. But due to some changes in revenue and also the help of the council and the Citizens Budget Advisory Board and the department heads, we've made some significant decreases in appropriations. So on a very high level in revenue, we've come up with 1.1 million, and I will go through the individual items that we've come up on. And this is based on the amount received in 2024, and also in the case of a TSA rental, it's a projected amount for 2025 based on the new lease. So we've come up in fees and permits, $76,000. We had that headway to come up when we did. Interest on cost on taxes, we've increased to 12,815. Again, we had the available revenue that we had realized last year, so we can do that for this year. Same thing with sewer user charges. We were able to come up $426,000 based on last year's performance. And then on 2025 estimated pilot billings, we were able to increase the West Orange Senior Citizen Housing, Eagle Rock Senior Housing, St. Barnabas, and Prism for a grand total of, for the pilots, $323,000. We do have a new pilot. It's been included in the 2025 budget. It's Stone Hill, but we don't have any changes, and that was already included in the original budget document. So I just don't want anybody to think we left out Stone Hill. We did include Stone Hill, as I've stated. There is debt service that is part of that development. That was, one of the things we were going through today. So the amount that we've anticipated takes that into account so that we're not over anticipating Stone Hill revenue, because there's pledge revenue that goes to pay the RAB.
Mr. Tiniak,
yeah.
I apologize for interrupting you, but do you have the detail on Stone Hill
It's page,
at your fingertip? Oh, it's on page 3?
yeah, 910,496. $910,496.
So that's the unpledged revenue, so that less the county share of 5%. It's helpful in that the pledged is already broken out. So, it would be difficult to actually anticipate that. But that pledged revenue goes to pay the bond. And right now we're sort of working on the amortization schedule. We had to make an accrued interest payment today, $326,000. And we're working on the amortization because it's 5 different pieces. There's tax exempt pieces and taxable pieces. So we're still sort of sorting all that out, and it's based on the TCOs for the different buildings. And we'll have amortization schedules to share once everyone's in agreement.
Please, go ahead.
So question, what page did you have the cannabis revenue on? What was that, like $16,000?
Yeah, it's in the local, I think it's local revenue section. Let me bring it up.
So did you go back and look at that? I mean, for all that we went through and the times, I think we spent more than $16,000 in legal fees on that subject matter. So, that's all we're projecting.
Yeah, it's only 2% of their gross revenue. So,
Yeah.
it's just not, I don't know. I forget what meeting I spoke about this, but I've been having conversations with the other CFOs and, in particular, I spoke to Bloomfield because Bloomfield was really ahead of everyone else. And they saw a tremendous revenue when
In the beginning.
Rise opened up, I think it's called.
Yes.
And as more and more open up, I mean, they sort of cannibalize each other. So the more cannabis shops, and it's not just in town, I mean, it's everywhere. So,
Yeah.
the more cannabis shops you get, what's going on my Excel here?
Well, we saw Montclair's Ascend leave to go to Morris County. They were the first ones ever opened with medical. I'm just asking because, so you went back, looked at it, you don't see any more?
Yeah, we're just trying to be very conservative on it because it's a first full year and I did the projections based on what we've got and that's all I can really do because I have to support the number to the state and they are looking very closely at all the cannabis revenue, especially new cannabis revenue, because again, they don't want municipalities to sort of get in trouble with it by anticipating too much. So I'm being very conservative with it. I don't know what's going on, Mike.
That's great,
So
'cause we spent over $100,000 or more on legal fees.
The township did?
Yeah. Mhm.
And years of wasted time in the council.
All right, I just wanted to see if you had it, if you went back and looked at, and
yeah, well, I mean, we did again. We'll evaluate every time because we're going to get another payment in. Well, they have till the 20th to pay their state sales tax, so we're going to get it by the end of July, and we'll see what the quarter looks like, and hopefully the trend is upwards. But again, it's 2%, so
what they report.
Right now?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
I think if
Appreciate you going back and reevaluating everything, as things change and come in. Because yeah, $1 million is a lot of money. So my question, I guess, to you is, again, I appreciate you going back and looking at this, but like this information, when we first got the budget, didn't exist, or you're just doing it as a.
no, it existed, but there's a balance between using all of the available revenue and then, putting some aside so that we can build fund balance up because that's I see one of West Orange's biggest problem is a true lack of fund balance. And I think it doesn't make us very attractive to, the Moody's and S&Ps of the world when they hand out the ratings because their number one issue is the lack of fund balance. And that's a problem that I want to tackle because the debt is so high. Those changes in bond ratings could mean, millions of dollars. So if we had like a very low debt profile and I wasn't so concerned about the ratings that we got, I would say, who cares really about the fund balance? It's nice to have, but it's one of the major things that the rating agencies look at. They're also going to look at the wealth in the town, which obviously it's a wealthy town. So that helps us, but they consistently ding municipalities for a lack of fund balance, and the size of our budget with the fund balance sort of that we've kept historically, it's pretty low. So that was the goal, is to start building that up by anticipating a little less revenue and bringing in more and building it up. But that's just really not the flavor for this council. I mean, or what this council is really interested in. So, we've gone back and we're using more of that revenue that we think we can bring in so that we're reducing the tax rate. And that's what the 1.1 million is.
Sorry, Councilman. And my last question on revenue, Essex Green, because it's not a redevelopment, but it's been newly renovated. So, their new assessments kick into the 2025.
Right, so
assessments
it's-
Because they're fully vacant, their renovations are pretty much completed.
Yeah, so it's part of that. It should be part of the 2025 NVT, which, we're also seeing the effect of the revaluation. So I'd have to look individually. If we had just year over year NVT change, I could say, all right, well, we had a $10 million increase and we could maybe break it out. But since everything changed, it's hard for me to say what are the real movers in terms of added assessments. Maybe Jacob can speak to that. But for me, I'm just seeing that revaluation hit and basically double our NVT. So it's hard for me to pull out individual,
Wait,
but it should be part of the value. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what's going to make this budget year so difficult, because you could get to $0, which I don't recommend, but you could get to $0 and 40% of your residents are going to go, why do you keep saying that you kept the taxes flat? My taxes went up $2,500 because of the effect of the reval.
yeah,
And unfortunately, the reval is hitting, I don't want to say poorer people, lower income people in town, because the starter homes went way up.
yeah.
Llewellyn Park, those homes never move. They didn't really get impacted as much as the starter homes. So that's what's difficult about this whole situation, is that the reval is
Yeah,
hitting it's hit 40% of the people that went up. And then 40% of the people that went down, you could increase their taxes and they're gonna say, I don't know. My taxes went down year over year because of the reval. It's a tough year. It's a tough year for everybody.
Well,
You spoke about the retirees. I will say, because the state did adopt their budget with 18 minutes left last night. And they've committed obviously to fully fund Anchor and Senior Freeze, and they are talking about funding that program that would cap taxes for those 65 and over. That's $7,500 if you make under 500K. So that remains to be seen how that gets put into place, but that's
How-
what Governor Murphy is touting, and I hope that comes to fruition and our seniors get more relief than what they're currently getting. So
thank you, Council President. I'm good for now.
Mr. Detiniak, did you have a handout?
yeah. Oh, I wrote on the back.
I was supposed to pass all of one completing.
No, there's more. There's this other stuff. Everything he's going over tonight is in. This is the first page. Here, Councilwoman, this one first. Revenue.
So if we look at the appropriations, we have a lot of changes. I want to point out some of the big ones. Employee group health. Where does this employee group health change come from? And I will answer that after asking the question. I will answer it myself and say, this is the chapter 78 that we get from the employees, which is statutory contribution towards your health benefits. This is something that we went back and looked at. So the way that we budget for group health is we look at, because we are self-insured for most of our health insurance, we look at our projected spend. And we also look at our maximum spend, because we do have a maximum in place so that it's, not going to just be $30 million. We have policies in place that once we hit that maximum, our excess plans kick in and start paying us back. So that's in place in any self-insured plan.
Mr. Zinek, are you saying that you're already projecting that we're going to hit the excess? Okay.
No, I'm saying like that's part of how we budget is we look at all those different factors.
makes
We look at our spend. A big thing that we look at though is what we are going to get from our employees. And we use that to reduce the amount that we ask for in the budget. So, a real simple example, if we have a plan, let's say with one person in our plan and the family coverage costs $50,000 and per chapter 78, that person is going to contribute $15,000. We would only budget 35,000. So we wouldn't budget for the full amount. We're going to budget net of what we get from the employees. So we looked at all of the payrolls so far, and we projected out what our new chapter 78 contribution would be. And that is the change. That's why we're able to reduce the employee group health by an additional $331,000. So in a plan, like if we were in state health benefits, for instance, we have a defined premium that we have to pay every single month. So you have your roster, they have their plan choices. No matter what that individual does, if they don't go to the doctor or if they go to the doctor every single day, it doesn't matter. We pay that premium. And we charge chapter 78 based on that premium cost and what they make and what their coverage selection is, single member spouse. In a self-insured plan, if someone goes to the doctor or goes to the hospital or has a surgery, they may cost us $200,000 in 1 month. We're not paying a premium to anyone for them. We're paying the cost of the claims. But in order to implement chapter 78, we have to come up with almost a per month or annual premium amount for each of these plans. And that's how we charge the employee then chapter 78. So our insurance company sort of works behind the scenes and figures out what is the true value of this plan if it were like a private insurance and we were paying a premium. So that's how we calculate chapter 78 for our employees. So again, the chapter 78 reduces the amount that we ask for in employee group health. And in the next presentation, then whenever we have our next meeting, we're going to really go in depth on health insurance. It's going to take a long time. We're going to talk about the health insurance plan. We're going to talk about dental. We're going to talk about Medicare and our participation in the Metro HIF. That's going to be a pretty in-depth evening. So we've sort of saved that for the end. But I wanted to point it out because it's a big mover on the appropriations. The next big piece that I want to talk about is fire, salary, and wages. This, as I talked about a few meetings ago, we were able to do because we looked at the trending in OT for fire, and Chief Vecchio spoke about this. Now that we are at the TO, we have enough employees that we're not short shifting every single shift and having to bring in extra people to work overtime every single shift. Our fire OT projection has gone down dramatically. So we were able to cut, $593,000 from that fire OT. Let's save our questions to the end of the night when I'm out the door. Councilwoman Root, I'm kidding. What was your question?
No, so, but right underneath there is the fire OT, which has only gone down.
No, that's fire OE. Sorry, that's other expenses.
Other expenses.
Yes.
So in there, can you break out a salary and wages and overtime?
Well, that's just
So that we actually can see.
But we went through this already, like when we went through fire. This was like a real high level summary of the cut for that particular line. But we certainly can. I mean, we have the breakdown, but I don't have it in this. This was meant to be just sort of a quick look at where we ended up. The other big piece here that I want to go through is the maintenance of the library line. this is where we had that money for 10 Rooney sort of buried in the library appropriation line. So we pulled that out. And we applied that to public buildings, and I'm gonna go up to public buildings, and you're gonna see a positive 335 here. But the net is, the difference between that 700,000 we cut and the 335 we ended up just putting in public buildings. Because the 700,000 that we had in maintenance of library in past years really should have been in public buildings, OE. And it was put into the maintenance of library because it kept it out of the caps, the appropriation caps. But it just really wasn't proper. And I think we heard from Mr. Kuby about how that sort of distorted the public's perception of what we were actually paying over to the library. So now we are accurately reflecting the library levy that's set by the third of a mil. And we have gone and reduced the amount that we're appropriating for taking care of 10 Rooney, and we've properly allocated it to public buildings OE. So that's in there, and that's the appropriate place for it.
Oh, excuse me, did you take out the 50,000? The line for the 50,000 for the special request?
No, we didn't, because I don't think,
Because I don't think we received their itemized budget yet. I didn't see it on
So-
the server.
when you guys vote, when the council votes, if you want to take that, I just didn't take it out because I was unclear of where the council was going with that one.
Okay, so that's not in this number if we want to take it out.
It's still included in the budget, his extra 50K, yes.
To my knowledge, you haven't received his itemized budget, right? I have. Right, now.
No, I think he was told to send everything through Madam Clerk, right? I mean, so that,
Okay.
but no, I haven't gotten anything for that special request. Were you here for the meeting he spoke at? I can't remember.
I was
So-
there.
Oh, you were, okay. All right. No, that's right, because you did ask him for it. No, that's still included in the budget.
Okay,
And when we go through the vote and we go through the individual pages, I mean, you'll see it's still in there. So if you want to remove it, we can do that
that's an
then.
option.
But that's still in there. I didn't take that out.
Apologize, one last question. So anything we have marked in our budget book, so that's a prime example. So this list here, when we go back, anything marked in our budget book from our notes that we voted on to take, well, we didn't vote on to take out, is all that enumerated in here or only what you thought we were taking out? Or how are we gonna make
It's-
sure we didn't miss
it's-
anything in this list?
So we took out everything that we took out as
As
the administration or whatever. And then things we discussed in the meetings, we took out, but I mean, we're gonna go through it page by page, and if you don't see something in there, we'll add it, but I think we've captured everything. But if you have something in your notes when we go through it, we'll look at it. So, you guys can ultimately cut what you want.
No, I appreciate that. I just wanna, I'm just thinking that's like a whole nother night, like trying to get, like, what is our timeline?
So I think, and I think I said this in the beginning, we're probably gonna need 2 meetings. We're gonna need one more to finish up. And then CBAB is gonna need time to communicate with all of you. And then you're gonna need a meeting to do the cuts. To like the votes. So
Okay, so, Jim.
I think 2 meetings,
Okay,
like 2, probably 4 hours. Like, I don't think tonight's gonna go 4 hours, but I think 2 4-hour meetings, because the one meeting on voting is gonna take at least 4.
and then we gotta vote, but we have to do that before the or July 22nd meeting, so we could vote on the budget for first reading.
Yeah,
So we can stay in compliance.
or even have a special meeting around that time just for the budget. Because I think the the July meeting's pretty stacked, right? There's a lot on there. No?
I'll keep it light because this is more important.
So.
Lord, okay.
I mean, you didn't hear me talk about, I'll say it for the record as well. So we did receive a letter from the Division of Local Government Services instructing the council to introduce by the 30th. The instructions were to make application to the local finance board. If we felt we couldn't meet that date or disagreed. I made application to local finance board. I sent letter directly to Michael Rogers, the director. So the two updates are Michael Rogers confirmed that he received the letter and that he would let us know what his decision was. We have not heard from him since on this. And Nicholas Bennett, who's the executive secretary to the local finance board today, emailed me that the local finance board's not going to take this up as an application because no decision has been made by Mr. Rogers. So there's nothing to go to local finance board on. So, I thanked him and his board. But that was the instruction, was to make application to local finance board. So he basically said, just Mr. Rogers, Mr. Michael Rogers is going to make a decision and that's it. So that's where we're at right now. I'm going to try to speak to Mr. Rogers directly and sort of plead our case again. I've already spoken to Ms. Zapiki. I said that in the previous meeting. That's his assistant director. I told her the whole history. She knows West Orange. So, the hope is that nobody's getting fined.
Be lovely.
But I'll try again and speak to him directly and sort of get the pulse from him.
What did you say about the 31st?
Yeah.
We have to?
Oh,
was there-
when they said to introduce by June 30th, that was in the
June
original
30th.
letter. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. Yeah.
Now we're at July 30th
Jill,
as the new date.
no, we don't have any.
Well, I said that we have a meeting on July 22nd. And so that's what I put out to them was to do this on July 22nd. I will try to speak to Michael again, or speak to Michael directly. And again, just plead our case. So it seems like it's up to him,
Mr.
not
Cook.
local finance.
Quick question, going back to the revenue, maintenance of the library numbers,
Yes.
the 700 that was reduced.
Mhm.
So that entire 700,000 was moved to building O&E?
So we didn't move the whole thing. We moved 335,600 and we cut the rest.
So question on that, by moving 300 some odd $1,000 to building O&E for expenditures that would be for the library, does that not make it more difficult to track spending on the library?
So, so the way the budget is laid out is that the state says the distribution of the library levy and or any additional money that, like the 50K, you can put outside of the caps. And that's why the 700,000 for maintenance was there, because it gave cap relief to the township. And it allowed us to have appropriations that should have been part of the inside cap calculation to be outside. So even though we're spending it on the building that we own, the library doesn't get to use it themselves. So it's inappropriate to put it in that line. Not inappropriate, it's not allowed. I mean, it's just from a budgeting and perspective from the state, you're not allowed to put that in that line because again, it's outside caps. So
our building.
Caps is,
So there's two caps. There's a 1977 cap. That's the cap on appropriations. That's how much your government can grow.
Okay.
And it's usually 3.5% because everyone passes an ordinance that says we'd like to go up to 3.5%. And then there's exceptions like they'll give you an exception on, you know, maybe pension for the year. If pension went way up, they're gonna give you a piece of it that's gonna be outside cap. But that's, the 77 cap is on the spending side. The 2010 cap is the levy cap. That's how much you can get from your taxpayers, and that's that 2% cap. It's not a hard cap because there's exceptions, but that's the 2% cap. So why are they put into place? The state basically says, even if you had all this revenue, you had all this available revenue, and you're like, hey, I want to hire like 50 new people, and I'm going to grow my appropriations, you know, $10 million. And they're like, and we said, don't worry, we're not asking the taxpayers for anything. The state would say, no, we're not going to allow that. You can only grow your appropriations a certain percentage, because why do they do that? Well, if that revenue went away, and now all of a sudden you have to ask your taxpayers for the money, you know, you've allowed your budget to grow exponentially. That's why they put an appropriation cap into place. So when I talk about like inside and outside cap for the appropriations, that's what I talk about. On the outside cap stuff, we can increase it however much is available, you know, from a revenue perspective. So things like debt service is outside of cap. Whatever debt service has to be, they allow you to raise. But inside cap, so salaries and wages, we are limited.
Thanks, John.
That's an excellent explanation. Although I noted that you kept a straight face when you said there are some exceptions on the levy cap,
Yeah.
because they are big enough to drive a truck full of Swiss cheese through and are done all the time. But it is, I'm glad you expressed that, because it is important to the budget process in terms of the impact on not only spending, but also on property taxes. So
Right.
So, and when you go through the budget, if you go through the budget, I'm just talking about residents, you will see references to CAP in capital letters, and that's where you should pay attention. And you'll see some of the exceptions that Mr. Zatiniak was saying, but.
And the caps, especially the 2010 cap, you know, when Governor Christie was in, that has slowed the rate of growth in government, because it really exploded in the 80s and 90s. In early 2000s in terms of property taxes. And that was one of the things that sort of slowed things down. But you're right, there's exceptions, and they add new exceptions every year. Sometimes they'll take one away. Sometimes they increase the amount that can go outside of cap. It's just really based on what the state sees as like big issues. If it's insurance, or if it's garbage, or if it's pension, they sometimes cater things to allow for exceptions to the cap, or, you know, sometimes we'll have an amount outside of cap for pension, and then sometimes we won't. So that's set by the state, and the Division of Local Government Services, and sometimes local finance board.
Thank you. Councilman Scarpa, thank you for your patience. What's up?
That's okay. I remember when Mr. Kuby made his presentation, and we talked about the special request to the library, which was for educational services, and we realized that that's a nice to have and not a have to. No one made a motion to add it. Why is it still in there? Can't we take that out and get this budget as realistic as possible? I mean, if we get it down to zero and someone wants to make a motion to appropriate it, the funds, that's one thing, but we don't even have his budget. I think it should come out.
So
Let's work on getting to zero.
So if that's the pleasure of the council, I'll remove it for the next update, and we'll revisit that line before we move on to some of the new items, and, you know, we could see the impact of it. So.
Well, are we voting at these meetings, or, so that was the dilemma, Councilwoman, sorry to bounce in, but are we voting or not voting?
We are not voting. We
Yeah.
took a vote as a body, and what won was not to take votes on these cuts. So now we have to loop back after we're finished with the process and
But
spend the time doing that.
it sort of sounds like
Yeah, we'll make a
you
motion.
probably want to remove that. I'll remove that, and and
Yeah.
talk about library for the first item, for next, budget hearing, and I'll give you an updated figure for, what that does, the amount to be raised.
Thank
I
you.
would appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Titiniak, does this reflect the cut for the Arts Council building?
This does not, this budget does not, no.
So, and.
That was
and-
one of my questions. Yeah.
Yeah, and also, Council President, can we just take another vote right now? Just to say that we want to incorporate, some of the things that we are doing and agreeing on, we can incorporate, and then we can incorporate more when we have the citizen budget advisories input.
I think we've already discussed that once, and I think we determined, and Madam Clerk, please help me with this. I think the lawyers have already opined that there's a particular way we have to structure the notice of the meeting to allow for votes.
Yeah.
And if we want to do that, we have to structure, the next notice for a meeting that a vote will be taken, and then we can actually take it.
Let me see what the notice said. Check that.
Yeah, and I thought he said something about if we're taking a vote, that we have to have public comment.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, that's what it was. And I said, no public comment will be heard. That's what.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, but you're taking notes, careful
Yeah.
notes anyway.
And I know that there was a request, and I won't say who, but like to,
no, please go ahead, Mr. Tinian.
to see what the budget would look like for removing some other pieces, and I will get that to Councilwoman Scarpa, but if you have something you want me to remove for next meeting, I will take it into consideration. Well, I mean, I'll do it. I'll take it into consideration. I'll do it.
I
and you
think-
can see the effect of it.
I think I stepped on Councilwoman Scarpa.
Oh,
So I'm sorry.
Then I'm stepping on.
No problem.
Yeah.
Let's just get the job done.
Mhm.
Okay,
And we're
so,
getting to the end of the wire here.
okay, before we move on, we've already introduced the idea of making a change for the next meeting. Do we need, I guess, a floor motion to agree that that's what we will do the next meeting? Next meeting, we will determine with the notice that we can take a vote. Is that what you want to do? And then, but that's going to mean allowing public comment. I'm a big fan of public comment, but it could, stretch out the meeting time. So we don't have a motion yet, and so maybe
I
we
would
can-
like to make the motion to do that.
Now, Madam Clerk, I just want to be clear, we're about to take a vote, but it's not, it's, I don't know how to describe it, but it's something that the council will do in the future. So it's not like we're violating the law now. I think, I don't really know, but
I think if you're planning for the next meeting, you're not violating it.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. So we have a motion, and do we have a second?
So you have a motion to basically add public comment to the next meeting.
Right, to allow
allow
for
us to make
a
a
vote.
Correct, yes.
Can I have a discussion?
Yeah, I need a second. If there's a second, then we can
Yes.
keep going. If there's not a second, then we can't move forward.
Okay.
So we have a motion by Councilman
Second.
Scarpa. We have a second. Okay. So now we can discuss.
Okay.
Council,
So as much as I like that idea and I originally supported that idea originally and lost the vote in the original to have these votes as we go along, I just don't think we're not going to get the next meeting done. How much more do we have to do? What are we going to
So-
get done tonight?
So
And then-
the big thing for next meeting is going to be health insurance. That's going to be the major one. And then we have the mayor's office. We have administration. And we have retired citizens. And pension. Sorry, we have pension as well. Pension is easy. There's nothing you can do about it. I'll just tell you that. It's a
Death
bill
taxes.
that we have to pay. But health insurance will probably be long and, maybe the other ones too. I don't know.
So.
But
so-
we might have like an hour to do votes. Or you might have an hour to vote. So maybe we can get some of it done.
So I like my recommendation. So I guess my recommendation would be is to get through the work of the workshop to get to the end of this budget book. continue to make our notes, and then if we have time that night, I have no problem taking votes to uh, enumerate what we decided we're gonna take out and have public comment, but I think we have to get to the end, or, you know,
We'll-
I don't want to have a third meeting. We
Yeah.
got to get this done.
I
I
think
didn't even
we'll-
want to have two. I was hoping to get it done the next meeting, and then we close out on the 22nd, but
I think we'll get through, we'll finish next week or in the next meeting. And then, if there's time, it probably is a good idea to start voting. If you can, maybe the low hanging fruit, the easy stuff that, you know, there's really nothing to.
are my colleagues good with that idea? Can we finish up?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I'm
then
okay with that.
if we could start voting on taking things out next meeting, then we can notice.
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
Okay, so Councilwoman Scarpa, did you jump the gun there or do you have something else to say?
No, I said I like to start taking things out to get a realistic picture of where we are. And
Okay.
and do we have another meeting scheduled? I didn't have anything on my calendar. And I know
No.
Councilwoman Rudin is going away, right?
Yes.
So when's our next meeting?
We don't
Okay,
know.
let's stay on this one subject, then we can bring that up later.
Yeah,
So
I'm trying to look at the whole picture.
So the motion that's on the floor, if we approve this today and say we can take votes next, we will still have the option at the next meeting because we will have to go through the motion. So if there's a motion and people want to do it, they'll vote for it, and then we'll move ahead with that. If people don't want to do it yet, if they want to take your suggestion, which is finish the workshop work, and if we do finish that, then we can start taking
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
my motion.
Any other comments?
I'd rather take the stuff out as soon as possible. My original motion, but
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah, just raise your hand. You don't even have to ask. Just, yes, please go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Titiniak, it seems like in most of the things that we have discussed that you are then reincorporating it, except for two things that we just pointed
Yeah.
out, which was the
Mhm.
Arts Council
And the
and
50K
and
library.
the library. So, and the Arts Council, we have a bit of an issue because more than half the year has been spent.
Mhm.
So the maximum we can remove is 12,000. Even, I don't even know if we can do that. So I feel like we are making the adjustments. The only concern that we have, or that I have, is that we may be losing some of these, you know.
The timing does, and we've said it, the timing limits your ability to, you know, if we did it in January, you'd have a full year. I agree.
Okay,
But I hate that.
so
Um,
I'd like to make a motion.
Wait, there's already a motion on the
Okay.
floor.
Sorry.
There's a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. Are we finished discussion? Should we take a vote?
All right, so this is the motion I have to allow action by the council at the next meeting and allow public comment. I'll take a vote. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Wait, this is too,
Well, yes, after we finish the workshop part of it.
yes,
yeah, I mean, you can.
yes.
Okay. Councilwoman Scarpa,
yes,
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes,
Okay, the motion carries.
thank you. Now, Councilwoman Rudin, you were about to make another motion?
No, that's okay.
Okay,
It's done.
so we're finished. Okay. So we're back on track. Uh,
So let me just finish this up because we have a lot to get through. So where we're at right now is on the average home, on the municipal piece, nothing to do with the library or the county or the Board of Education. Our current increase on the average home is $101.83, less than $10 a month. And that's on the municipal side. That's where we're at right now with our budget.
Mr. Percentage would like to ask what the percentage,
2.9 or something like that.
Yes.
Let me see.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Please go ahead. And just for reference, that's down from 6.2%
Yeah.
originally proposed.
Yes.
So that's significant.
Okay, I don't know what's going on with I don't know what's happening with my Excel. Can I have just 1 second?
Certainly. Do you want to take a 5-minute break?
No, it's
Okay.
okay.
I'm into 5-minute breaks, so
What was the original number? 277 or 278?
I don't have it in front of me. I couldn't say for certain. Mr. Detiniak.
243 was the original budget we put up online.
Okay.
243.
243 here.
Is there a reason, police S&W is not on here?
What do you mean?
Lowered.
Oh, because there was no change.
So the change in appropriations on this page are just the ones that have changed. So if they haven't changed so far,
Book.
they aren't on this list, but they are in the budget. And so they can be impacted, but this is just a sort of, at the last meeting, we were talking about trying to get an idea of what's been suggested cut. And that's what this spreadsheet is for. And but if it's not on here, it can still be changed in the future.
It's a 2.52% change. In the levy for the average home.
Even better. Thank you.
Okay.
We keep interrupting you, Mr. Tiniak, but please,
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
please plow ahead.
Let's get all my stuff open. Okay. So last meeting, we talked about the IT budgets and we had a real lack of detail on the IT budgets. There was one line. So what I did is, and we're going to revisit them. What I did, I'll bring this up on the screen for everyone at home. I'll zoom in as well. Okay. So what I did is I looked at the major vendors that that we're dealing with for each of the budgets, and I have the projected spend for the year. So the top portion here is the original way that the sheet was laid out. So in this case, this is IT technology other. We were asking for 114,000. This is the projected spend by vendor or type. And here is the difference between my projected spend and the budget requested. So we have a budget request of 114,000. So Microcomputer Consulting is a consulting company that we use. They have a base monthly price of $4,600 for, an IT person to be available here. We also pay $266 per month for remote access management. So we have remote access module that not everyone has. Limited employees use it. I use it on my laptop. It allows me to get into my shared drives here at Town Hall. So if I'm at home, I can view my shared drives. I can view my desktop because we don't save things locally. And especially with all the payroll data that we have, we keep it on a server side of things and we don't allow it to be viewed from home. It's always going through this remote desktop. So that's $266 per month. So it's $4,866 per month for Microcomputer. Once a year, we pay Microcomputer Consulting for a total network firewall on the non-uniform side. So that's just this side of Town Hall. This does not include the police department. They have a much stricter requirement for their firewalls and their spam filters. So that's a once a year charge for Microcomputer for the firewall. All Tech Business Solutions does the majority of our copier services. That on an annual basis for 2025 is $10,062. J-Tor Technologies is really when we have repairs, specific repairs for some of our copiers. It's not an annual amount that we're spending. It's more of an estimate that I put in for $2,500. So hopefully we won't have to spend that full amount, but that's what we're looking at for, sort of miscellaneous copier repairs.
What have we spent this year?
I think for the J-Tour, it's only been like 200 and something dollars. Last time I looked, I have it in front of me. I think it was one repair. It was like 232 or something like that. So it's,
So we're estimating about 10 repairs.
I put $2,500 in. Like it's, if something breaks on the copier, usually like a few $100.
But that's not covered in the service contract?
Yeah, these are for some of the older machines. We use J-Tor. Munidex, we still will, and we're going to continue probably using the animal control program at least through next year. That's for $3,876. That's the dog licensing program. Civic Plus, this is our website. This is our annual fee for Civic Plus. It includes, I guess, the hosting and support, and they just gave us a free redesign. Every few years you get a free redesign. So we just had our redesign. Yes.
What is the animal control Munidex?
So Munidex it's not even Munidex anymore. It's really ZenGov, but Munidex is a company that provided our ERP software, the purchasing, the general ledger, all the financial accounting, and they have a module that handles animal control licensing. So the dog and cat licensing has all the information about the animal, assigns the tag, and prepares the bill, and then prepares a monthly report that has to go to the state of New Jersey. So every month you have to submit to the state how many dog licenses you sold, and how many were spayed, how many weren't, how many were late, what's the tag number, and then that calculates what's due to the state. So this program does all of that stuff.
Fees?
It's funny that we did not keep it in the health department or charge it directly to animal control. It's just traditionally been parked here. It could be covered by the licenses that we sell. It's certainly a viable expense, but we use the animal control for some of the S&W for animal control, and then some of the other items that we purchase. So that's what we offset with the trust. So all the money that we get for the licensing goes into the trust.
Councilwoman Scarpa, you had your hand up?
Yeah, a couple things. Can we park that where it belongs? And microcomputer consulting, what exactly does he do? What type of consulting, he or she? What do they do for $58,000 a year?
So they do a lot of like the hardware stuff and wiring and networking, engineering, server side setups. I mean, I'm not an expert in all that. But he really assists Mauricio in sort of maintaining the IT infrastructure and the cybersecurity for the township. It's the township side of things. I mean, it's the non-uniform side of things. Nothing with the PD, but it's just us here on the side.
Is that Mr. Polaro?
That's Joe. Yeah. IT Joe.
So he's
Yeah.
on site once a week as well.
He is. He's on site for a full day. But he also is working remotely with Mauricio. But yeah, like I said, he's setting up hardware, he's doing wiring, network configuration. He just did a new setup for us so that we have collaboration between the purchasing department and finance. We needed a new shared drive for the bill list. We have a new bill list procedure. He set all that up for us, and so he's really assisting Mauricio.
Is this something that
Hold
the,
hold on just a second, please. Councilwoman Scarpa, are you finished with your questioning?
I had one other question about the Zoom accounts. That price, the $1,424.25, is that just like a one-time fee? And then as each people, as they use it, does it cost more, or is that the only cost for this?
Now, that's a good question. So there is a one-time fee in there of like $424. There's an annual fee that, this is basically what Ms. Reynolds was paying for up until we went through SHI. So she was being like reimbursed for all these. So it was the monthly cost plus the annual fee. That's what the $1,424 represents. So
So if the commissions want to use our Zoom, the commissions that we have, we're not paying extra for that, or are we?
well, we only have a couple of accounts available. I think that's always been the problem, is that it has to be coordinated between when you're having the meeting so that you have the right type available. I don't know that much about the difference between like the webinar one and, yeah, I mean, Mr.
Yeah, because that
Fagan
seemed
probably-
very low. I was wondering if that was encompassing all of our Zoom costs. Like, I'd like to see that cost, like realistic, broken out a little more.
Yeah, this is the Zoom cost that Miss Reynolds was being reimbursed for. And then we got rid of that reimbursement so that we don't have to pay an employee, and we don't have to have an employee put the money out. So we're going through SHI, and we actually got a little bit of a discount through SHI.
So where in
for-
the budget do we see our total Zoom costs? What it's costing us to do Zoom? Because like we've got all these commissions now and stuff coming on Zoom instead of coming in person. Planning board, zoning board, I know the HRC.
Yeah, well,
I'd like to see that.
yeah, because it combines not only the cost of the Zoom, but the moderator too.
Right.
So that's going to be, we'd have to put together something that says, all right, this is what we pay for the accounts and this is what we pay for the monitors. We can do that. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but
Yeah, I'd love to see
we
that
could do
broken out a
that.
bit more.
That's pretty easy. Because yes, we're paying the moderators as well. So it's the
Mhm.
accounts and the moderators.
Right.
But for this particular budget, this is just the Zoom account that Miss Reynolds was paying for.
Right. And one more thing, the community pass.
Mhm.
That's like $9,000. Is that
Yes.
just a program so people could sign up for things at the pool and the seniors could sign up? That seems
So
like a lot of money. Can't that
Yeah.
be in our new program? That
So
our new finance program?
in most municipalities, that's really all it is. It's like recreation based. West Orange is unique in that we run every revenue with the exception of tax through Community Pass. So every department is using Community Pass to record revenue. So the departments are responsible for maintaining subsidiary ledgers. They have to have their own ledgers. So that's what Mr. Gross made Community Pass, is it's all the subsidiary ledgers for all the different departments. And
Can
then
we straighten that out so that the costs are allocated to where they should be?
so we're going to be changing that with Edmonds.
Okay, good.
Year two of Edmonds. And that I say year two because we're going to have some overlap where in 2026 we have Munidex, ZenGov for Q1, and then Edmonds for the rest of the year. We'll phase Community Pass out and use the Edmonds solution starting in 2027. But we're going to keep Community Pass for 25 and 26 because it's really how we post revenue into Munidex. So I'll give you the quick integration. So
Mhm.
residents are paying through Community Pass. Our own people are entering in the revenue that they get into Community Pass, whether it's for a firearms permit or, UCC permits or,
Mhm.
copies for Oprah or something like that. It's all going through Community Pass. And then what we do is we take and export on a daily basis from Community Pass and we load it into our current Munidex system. And it does this 200 line posting, and it posts all that revenue into Munidex.
Mhm.
And then if you look at Munidex, the way that it was set up is it says, okay, and I will click on Madam Clerk here because she's here. It will say, Madam Clerk has $5 of revenue that she owes the tax office. That's basically what it does. It sets up a receivable for the department. And then Madam Clerk that day or the next day comes over with her $5 and we deposit it in the bank and we clear the revenue. So it is deeply integrated into the current system. It's used. I spoke to Community Pass. They said there's not one community out there that uses their program the way that we do, with like such a deep integration and so many different accounts.
Mhm.
So I know it's expensive. It is $8,900 is a lot of money, and it's going to continue to go up. But we will eventually phase it out, but it's not something that we could get rid of right now. It would just,
Right.
don't even know
I'm
what we-
confident you'll fix it when you can.
if we didn't have it, I don't even know what we would do.
Right. I trust your judgment on that. The last thing was these consulting contracts. How long have we had them and when were they last bid? Have we bid these competitively?
The IT contracts,
Mhm.
that I don't know.
Maybe we can
I
find out.
I don't know if we're going through state, I just don't have that information. I can like speak to our QPA and
Uh-huh.
get that. I mean, I believe we've probably had microcomputer for years.
Mhm.
I can find out for you.
Yeah, this just might be something that we want to look at moving forward to streamline our costs.
In the last 10 years.
Last 10 years. No, Councilman, you're right. There's a lot of different vendors out there, and it's worthwhile to see, who's a little bit more competitive maybe.
Mhm.
I understand familiarity, and that goes a long way in terms of an organization, and I'm sure microcomputer is very well versed in what we do here and probably built a lot of it themselves, but it's worth looking at. I agree.
Okay, great. Thanks. That's
My-
it for me.
My last piece there is miscellaneous repairs for equipment. It's a slush fund, but things break. And so, we asked for the 8,500, but yeah, it's if something goes wrong, we would have that in there. So I could understand if you wanted to pull it out. We'd be willing to do that, but full disclosure, it's in there in case something breaks, and we can't charge a capital for it. It's an operating item. So we put in an allowance for miscellaneous repairs or equipment replacements.
All right, so let's see if we get down to zero. We might not have to take that out.
So you're finished, Councilwoman?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Okay, I just wanted to follow up on a few of the things. I would like to see the Munidex animal control shifted over to animal control. And since it seems like we have a little bit of pad in each of these categories, I would like to remove the miscellaneous funds, the 8,500 miscellaneous funds. For the Zoom accounts, I'm still really not clear on what the charge is for us using a Zoom account. Is that the number that, because you're saying that was what was reimbursed to Ms. Reynolds?
Yeah, so it was.
What is the actual cost now with our Zoom contract?
So we'll get you the full number. There might be another Zoom piece. I'll run a vendor history and see. But for this particular, account, she was being reimbursed $443 once a year for Zoom, and whatever the $100-something a month it was afterwards.
Okay. And the copier contract, why is it that high?
Well, it's a service contract. I mean, they come out and fix those particular copiers and replace ink, and You know, like it tells the company, hey, you know, your ink is low, and it auto sends us, you know, a new cartridge. Copiers are very expensive,
The cartridges are very expensive.
very expensive.
Is that our actual cost?
Yeah, that's the annual service contract. Yeah.
And also with the Zoom account, I believe we were running into issues where more than one person had to use an account, so they had to add additional, I don't really know how it works either, but they had to add the ability for more than one commission or the council to use more than one account. So they had to add to that just in the last couple of months.
And that was the reason I was asking, because some of these commissions really should be meeting in person. And, you know, some of them don't really need to meet over Zoom.
But even if they meet in person, we still give them the opportunity to come in by Zoom, like the
Mhm.
council does.
Right. Well, let's look at the cost of that. Maybe it might
Sure.
not be so necessary.
We'll give you a total. Let me write it down. We'll give you a total for the Zoom software itself and
Mhm.
then the moderators, because
Right.
I think that's the piece that you're also looking for.
Yeah, and particularly if,
Yeah.
you know, they're Zooming it and nobody's actually on the Zoom, or one or two people are on the Zoom, then, you know, perhaps that's an unnecessary cost.
Councilman Rudin, you have the floor.
So you,
If my colleagues agreed with the 8,500 miscellaneous cut.
Councilman,
So I think it should be cut, maybe not in its entirety, because I've been president in the building where, you know, copies can't get made because machine goes down and they're waiting so machines do go down. I know, what did we spend last year or the past couple years? If it's minimal, even put 1,000 in just for. Yeah, and I don't want them to have the inability to.
So they have the copier contract for anything that's a major expense.
Well, and my other issue is that, to Councilman Scarpa's point, the copier contract as well should be, you know, that's been around for a while too. That should be
yeah, so
put out.
so we just full disclosure, we buy the copiers and then we get a service contract. So we don't lease copiers. We just do the service contracts. So yeah, we could go out there and look for some new service contracts.
And why don't we lease the copiers? Because they become obsolete so quickly. It used to be
It's
in a leasing company for years ago.
copier sales are extremely predatory, and when you do the math on a lease for a copier, you're spending like 500% of what it would be to buy it outright.
But not if we're paying on the.
You're gonna get a service contract either way, because you got to get a service contract even with a lease. Leasing them is just, I've been there for leases and had to break them because they're so expensive. So this is the most cost-effective way, but you know, we have options with service contracts, because again, we're not leasing the product from anyone, we're buying it, and then we can go to whoever we want for a service contract. But yeah, copier leases are very, very expensive.
I agree. I don't mind cutting that out.
Council President, though.
oh, thank you.
Quick question for you. On the consulting agreement.
Mhm.
60,000, roughly $60,000. And you said that he's helping out Maurizio and I assume, and you know, the other departments, the department head as well. How much of what he's doing could be done by the department head or the deputy department head?
I can't really say. You know, I really couldn't answer that.
I could comment to that he's done things in my office because I have no clue whatsoever. Dina is a little bit better than I am, but there's things that he's had to come in and help us with because we just don't have that background. So, you know.
Well, what about
Mauricio.
No, Mauricio couldn't,
he couldn't do that?
right, so, or he was busy doing something else and we needed it and, you know.
Or Dominic, he can't do that
He-
either?
I'm sorry?
Or the department head?
Well, if he's busy working on something else and Joe happens to be in the building, he'll have him do that. Or he has helped me remotely as well. He's like literally taken over the computer and you could see him doing the work and whatever.
So the way the IT is split is, we have the one, Mauricio here, Mr. Allegrino's PD, and then, what's his last name? I always say IT Joe. I feel bad saying IT Joe. Is made basically here. So, yeah, I don't want to, like, I can't say like, oh, well, Mr. Pilar is more of like the sort of systems engineer and setting up the servers. I don't have enough information about that to say, but yeah, I guess I'll speak for Mr. Garcia in that he would probably say we would need another full-time employee to do that work, and we would end up having to pay benefits and all that. So, that's the only answer I could kind of give you. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Well, real quick, one more question.
Mhm.
The numbers at the end of at the bottom, the department total. What is that number, the 336,895? Is the detail
Oh,
what
no.
makes up the 114
No,
original?
yeah, it's just the 113,885 is
Is the 114.
yeah, against the 114. Yeah.
So
It-
the totals at the bottom don't mean anything.
no. I took
Okay.
a existing document and I just basically pasted this on top just for the example of showing the detail. So we are always ask for 114, and then I'm saying, well, here's my sort of justification
Right.
for asking for 113, and I came up with the 113,885.
Okay.
But based on the feedback I'm getting is we'll come back with when time to vote, we'll come back with pulling the 3876 out and putting that to Animal Control Trust, and we'll pull out the 85
Yeah.
for the miscellaneous repairs, and so we'll reduce the budget by the $12,000 or so, 12,300, in case unless there's anything else
Yeah.
for this particular.
So there were two questions here. I think one is to take away the fund for repairs
Mhm.
for township owned copiers. And the other one is to take away or move the Unidex module for animal control program, when we just heard that that's basically providing the general ledger, the daily ledger for every revenue source other than taxes.
Oh, Council President, I'm sorry. The Munidex Animal Control is just for the dog licensing. We're going to move that against the reserve for animal control. So the fees that are generated from selling the licenses, the community pass is what I talked about with
Okay.
the revenue. So again, we're going to remove the 3876 from here, and we're going to put it to the trust, and we're going to remove 8,500, just a straight cut for that miscellaneous repairs for equipment.
Okay, so I want to ask about this because I'm sure, well, I would think you did not put in $8,500 for the repairs without any sort of justification or documentation of that. So
No, I did. I mean, there's not.
you did?
Yeah, I did. There's
do that with every
No.
line item? I just know
Yeah.
that. This is going to totally change the hearing.
So it's not like at this point we've had to repair something for that much. This is just putting money aside for if something happens. Because with the salary and wages, it's a little easier to budget to the penny, right? If you're going to pay someone $100,000, they don't get OT, that's what you budget for. They work the whole year. With the OE, I mean, you have to leave some wiggle room. But I don't think that's going to be possible for this year. So that's why I said, we're fine. We'll take it out. If that's what's going to get this budget moved forward, we'll take it out and we'll deal with it.
Okay. So in the second half of the year, we've actually gone through half a year, and we have a problem with one of the copiers that we own.
Yeah, but we charged that to the J-Tor. That was like the $232 that we've charged here. We haven't charged anything against what we would call miscellaneous repairs for equipment.
account to buy
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
That's why I'm saying I'm comfortable. If you want to remove the 8,500, we'll remove the 8,500.
Okay, so I just want to clarify something. We voted not to make decisions. Now we voted today to, at our next meeting, to perhaps rescind that and start making cuts. In the interim, it sounds like what we're doing is we're making cuts without following the
Formalizing.
procedure of
Yes.
Well,
of a vote,
I-
and that's required by the state. So I'm a little concerned.
Well,
that-
I don't know. See, you say it's required by the state, but I've honestly, I've never even seen a process like this. Like you'll have to introduce a budget and that will have to be set. But what we do internally here, I don't know, like if that's really the way that it was ever
Done in the past.
intended. But I mean, what I'm saying here is I'm agreeing to remove these, if that helps, if that's,
He's tracking he's
Yeah.
tracking.
I understand that. I understand that. But if we are making cuts without our agreed upon process, which is to vote on the cuts,
oh,
my
Right.
understanding, and between Councilwoman and I, we've got like 15 budgets under our
Yeah.
belt on this, and we've always been told
Yeah.
that we have to vote on every page,
well, you still have to vote. I'm just saying, we'll put this up.
on every
Um,
page. That's, I don't know, maybe this thing's changed.
Back and revote every page. What he's doing for us is he is tracking all of our conversations, which is a little confusing, and we have to make sure we look at our notes and write the note down that he doesn't miss anything that we may want. And right now, I haven't heard any of us have a disagreement on anything that anybody mentioned. So, you know, the councilwoman mentions one thing, I mentioned another thing. You mentioned something, we all seem to be agreeing to that cut. So I don't think this is gonna be as problematic as we think it's gonna be. It's just gonna be a little time consuming. So I just keep continuing as the rate we're going, and everybody to keep taking copious notes, and hopefully we'll have a nice vote on July 22nd.
Okay.
Thank you, Council
Is there
President.
any other comment? We move on? Please go ahead. So it took us way too long to get through a single spreadsheet. So
Yeah.
again, I just encourage everybody to try to be a little bit more efficient with
Okay,
with their commentary, please.
let me zoom in here.
I think we're got a group going now. Okay, next one, online.
Okay. So central IT online expenses, we originally had asked for $90,186.10. We had cut it down by 15,000 to 75,186.10. So I have laid out what is included here. So we have Passio Technologies. It is a vehicle tracking system for the e-fleet. It's $695.45 per month. We have Comcast internet charges, which I've estimated based on the monthly to be around 14,500. We have Atlantic Tomorrow, which is DocuWare, which is a like a whole smorgasbord of like spyware, document saving solutions, spam filters. That's $84.15 per year. And then Edmunds GovTech, this is a one-timer for this year. And it's part of the integration of the transparency module, the WIP, and taxes. So next year when we have Edmunds, there's a piece that will go on our website that auto updates based on whatever parameters we choose to display, whether it's revenue, expenses, tax collection percentage. And it's a module that, you know, you have to buy them all in upfront. You know, there's like an upfront integration cost. So the majority of this budget is really that Edmunds GovTech piece, and next year it's going to be far smaller. So my subtotal is $74,010.40, leaving us a difference of $1,175.70. Which, you know, we'd be happy to cut the difference. But again, I wanted to show you the different pieces that we have in there. full disclosure, we probably will have some breakage in Comcast internet charges as well.
Yeah.
A small amount. But we're willing to cut the difference of that 1,175.70.
Any questions?
What do you mean you're gonna have a breakage?
We're not gonna spend 14,500 for Comcast, probably. We're gonna have maybe $1,000 left over, maybe a little bit less. But I just request that we leave the Comcast piece and we cut out the sort of unassigned difference of $1,175.70.
What is our actual Comcast bill?
It varies by month, which is the strangest thing.
You buy
So
movies?
no, this is just for internet service charges. Sometimes it's 1,200, sometimes it's 1,300.
And do you know why it varies?
I don't.
Is there somebody who's examined that bill? Is it based on usage or do we pay?
I mean, I can ask Mauricio why the things change when they do. I don't know if it's taxes or
They adding devices to it? That would make it
I'll
change.
have to ask Mauricio. It's pretty small. It doesn't end up like triggering my sort of bill list radar, but I'll note it.
Okay.
I think we said moving forward, we're gonna look at all of our telecommunications expenses, right? Maybe have a consultant do that if necessary.
Yeah, so that's on the phone side of things. We're gonna look into that. Thank
Well,
you
you
for
should do
reminding me of
data and
that.
phone. Yeah, you should do both.
I think that
because-
they will look at data as well. But we'll let you know.
Yeah, most consultants will do data and telephone, not one or the other. They're very interrelated and there might be some economies of scale.
Also, some of the phone bills have different, the cell phone bills have different data plans on them.
Correct, yeah. And then some of the plans have the hotspot on there, so that would be, an additional charge on the phone, so.
Do you know when we will get a careful review?
Do you mean by like a consultant
A small
or?
spreadsheet on assigning each of the devices to a human being, not just to a department or to,
Yeah, I'll talk to the BA. I thought that was provided for the phones.
mm-mm.
Because I mean, we certainly have the information, so. So again, I'm gonna note that we're willing to take the 1,175 out. For, in the future when you vote.
So are we done with the online spreadsheet, everybody?
Yes.
Move on?
And I like your idea of removing that 1175.
Moving forward, we have the fire department IT services. Let me make this a little bit bigger for the viewing audience. Okay, so we had originally asked for $17,371. We were able to cut $2,500, so down to $14,871.82. This is driven by one vendor, and it's Pascack Data Services. They provide IT and cybersecurity support for the fire department at an annual cost of $13,500. And just as we did with the previous account, we're willing to cut the difference of
Okay.
the 1,371.
Any questions, comments?
No?
We will move on.
Okay, this is for Central IT Police Department. We originally asked for $452,985.55. We reduced it by 42,000 to 410,985.55. Let me zoom in for those at home. Okay. So let's go through here. So we have microcomputer consulting IT services for $1,498 per month, or $17,976. We have a company called Interaction Insight Corporation. They provide communication recording services. It's a one-time license, well, annual license. There's an annual license piece to it, and then there's like a service component piece to it. The two add up to $2,544. Eastern Communications.
I'm sorry, Mr. Zinek,
Mhm.
what actually communications are recorded? Is this from the dispatchers?
No,
Or is this from the
this is
body worn?
from, no, the phones, the phone
Phones?
recording.
Are you calling to the police desk?
Is there,
Every time you use the phone and you get the recording equipment, that integrates with Ring Central.
Even in this building?
Mhm.
Okay.
And what's that used for? What's the utility here?
They calls are recorded. I don't know. I don't have anything to do with them. I don't get to hear them. I don't determine.
Yeah, when you use
Yeah.
a town, if you call into a township phone.
You get a
or
recorded
you
message, yeah.
call, say the clerk's office, you're gonna be recorded. But it tells you that you're being recorded when you first call in.
And I'm assuming this is just a charge for the police phones.
No, this is the whole system.
It's under
Yeah,
their budget.
Okay.
yeah.
This
It's-
is part of the
it's-
telecommunications we need to look at, right?
Yeah, it's a license, I think,
Yeah.
for recording. So,
Yeah, it's probably recorded on a hard drive or a OneDrive.
I guess there's an issue
Oh,
with the
sorry.
resident that they could play it back.
is there a reason why we need that? I remember a time when every phone call was not recorded. And it feels really awkward when you call into the municipality and they record every conversation. And they don't do that in other municipalities,
that they do.
not in everyone.
They may not tell you, but they do.
Okay,
Yeah.
is it something that we should be doing to protect ourselves? Or is it something
yeah,
that we can lose?
I can't answer that, but I agree. When I call somebody, 90% of the time I go, don't hang up, because they hear and Madam Clerk, I'm sure, deals with it. They hear the message and they're like, "Oh, hang up on this." I'm like, don't hang up.
Yeah, my
Um,
line's not recorded,
Oh,
but Dina's line is.
so, but I'm not the one to answer whether it's appropriate or not. You'd have to take it
Okay,
up with
I'm
administration.
Still confused. What is the utility here? Is it that the municipality can always check what happened on the actual phone call to clarify discrepancies, or what? Why are we recording calls?
Sometimes people Oprah for them. They want the recording of the phone call. Like a resident, if they call a department and, they're not satisfied or whatever, they want that recording of that phone call.
Really?
And so if we don't have, it doesn't exist, they don't get it.
Right.
Yeah.
But we do have it because we're paying
Well, if
$2,000.
the line is recorded, we have it.
Right.
But
Yeah.
if it's not.
Oh, so some lines are recorded, some lines are not recorded.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't get to set like my line's
Well,
recorded. Every time I call
if-
out, it's recorded, so.
If that's the case, maybe it's not necessary. If some people have it and some people don't, maybe it's something that's not absolutely necessary, or we don't have to have from a legal standpoint.
This was implemented by the former mayor. So that's when.
We may want to look at that.
I don't like it. I want.
That's part of our IT, looking at our telecom and data. That's all part of this review.
I would like that removed. I really don't like calling here and every conversation being recorded. And frankly, I don't know who's listening to these recordings and if they're ever used, and how long are they even saved?
Yeah, if it's possible, why not get rid of that? Until we have some kind of understanding, maybe from legal, about why it's even necessary.
Okay, we're all asking good questions, but there are no answers that we're gonna get tonight. So I'd like to just flag this. And Mr. Dutiniak, somebody either who works for the township or is a consultant can explain this to us. And maybe that's what we need to do at some point. I realize it's only $2,500 for everybody, but I would like a lot more information about why this is done. Now, it may be that we decide that it is important that we record certain conversations.
So
You know,
that should be flagged,
yeah, so let's,
information, it's before we take it out.
yes, and as opposed to taking it out before we have
Right.
an informed decision-making as we can. So,
Need info.
Mr. Dutiniak, could you just take a note that we need to talk to
I did.
somebody about what this
I mean,
is?
the message says for quality assurance purposes,
Yeah,
though.
and I believe it's the former mayor's voice. on
No,
There, isn't it?
no, it's our IT person's voice.
Yeah,
Oh.
and it's like it's Mauricio's voice.
Eastern Communications,
Thank
this is for the radio systems, the public safety 600 megahertz radio systems.
Grants for that?
We occasionally will get grants to buy new radios. But this is like the annual
Service.
service for maintaining all those radios and the repeaters and all the equipment and then there's a Motorola related Motorola service costs on the radios as well.
Can you explain that
Which one? The
Why-
Eastern Communication?
on the Eastern, why there's an additional Motorola cost?
Motorola is like the hardware service piece of it. Eastern is, is dealing with like the dispatch, communications, all the stuff in the cars. Motorola is like the handheld, say walkie-talkie, but the handheld radio, but the Eastern deals with the communications equipment in the cars.
Okay,
So there's
so
like a 600 megahertz transmitter and big radio setup in each of the cars.
in addition, they each have additional cell phones in the cars as well? This and a cell phone?
So they have hotspots in the cars to run the computer that they use for lookups and all that sort of stuff. So there's data for all the cars. So that they can, access whatever networks they access.
Mr.
Quick question. The microcomputer consulting,
Mhm.
is that the same company?
Yes.
For the central IT? How many other contracts do we have with that particular consulting firm?
I think it's just these two.
Just these two?
Yeah. Yeah, I will verify though and get back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, on that note, I would like to look at what our contracts are for a lot of these that keep popping up. It's microcomputer, this PASCACK data services, the Power Square. Maybe we could look at all three of those and see what the contracts are and when they're up and if they've been bid, how long we've had them.
Okay.
So, guys, I just want to flag something. We're getting a little loose and relaxed on our organization here. Mr.
I
Zinnick
apologize,
getting
yeah.
interrupted a lot.
No.
And I would just appreciate if everybody could just, again, I know you want to talk, just raise your hand. Or in the case of Councilwoman Scarpa, just flag Mr. Fagan, but I think we're losing a little bit of our clarity here, particularly for people at home, so please. What, Mr. Bodie had a follow-up question or?
Real
never
quick,
relinquished before?
it was asked if VPNs are in use and how are the hotspots secured?
So we do utilize a remote desktop software. So you're really actually it's not even a VPN because you're logging into your own computer here. So I don't know if we use like a Citrix or anything like that VPN. I think Mauricio has everything go through the remote directly into your computer. Now, on the police side, I'm not really sure. I don't know if they utilize the same approach to like offsite remote access. I could get the information from Mr. Algrino and get back to you about if there's a VPN. What was the second part of the question?
Hotspots.
Oh, hotspots. Yes. I think probably directly because of either it was the budget hearing or it was a meeting that we had, Councilwoman Rudin had raised the question about hotspots. So Mauricio, our IT director, has started that process of like making sure that we have all of our hotspots secured, because sometimes hotspots were just sitting in a drawer. And he's looked at updated pricing so that instead of just paying $20 a month, it would be, all right, if you don't use it, the minimum's like $4 a month. And then if you use over 50 gigs, you hit $20. So it's like, if it's being put to use, you're gonna pay the same $20. But if it's not really being utilized that much, we're gonna pay less. So Mr. Garcia did, I think, I want to say it's implemented because we did have the conversation again directly because of what was discussed here. And I think he is trying to put together a better inventory to get those ones that are sitting in a drawer back, And I know I won't name names, but like, he's reached out to somebody that said like, hey, you haven't used this thing in a year. Well, but I might need it, that sort of thing. So we're looking at, if you're not using them, you're losing them. To either reallocate them to somebody that truly needs it, because now that we have the municity where we have tablets and we're going to have guys and men and women out in the field, if we don't have to buy a new hotspot, we just take somebody else's, we use that so that they can power their iPads. If they have a phone that has a hotspot, we're requiring them to use the phone with the hotspot and not buying something new. So I know it's sort of a long-winded answer to your question, but yes, this particular process and Councilwoman Rudin did spark some action in that regard. So.
You good, Mr. Bovee? Council,
So just a quick comment. I don't want to belabor the point. I wasn't here at the last meeting, but I appreciate all your efforts in explaining the IT department. But I think next time the IT department head should be here. So you're not put in the hot seat here. All the other department heads have to be here. So we needed to pick a different night, but whatever. I just, I appreciate you. You're doing a good job here, but I think they need to be here.
So we'll request, Mr. Garcia come in and for next time.
Thank you.
I agree. Okay.
so everybody crank up your questions for Mr. Garcia.
So the next item I want to talk about is Power DMS. It's a subscription and the annual cost, it's an odd cost, but I think it's based on budgeted manpower is how they calculate it. So it's $5,599.34. Power DMS is used for scheduling, public safety scheduling, and also they call it a policy management system. It's basically all the internal policies of any sort of larger police and fire unit you can integrate into Power DMS. It's scheduling software and policy management. I don't have a lot more to say on it. But it's, how they're setting their shifts, setting their tours and how they integrate all those sorts of things.
Keep going, please.
Okay. PASCAC Data Services. So we saw them for the FD department. They have a larger contract with PD. They provide, again, IT, cybersecurity. They sell us certain products like firewalls, spam filters, When you factor in all of the sort of individual items along with the sort of monthly amount that they get, it works out to be 48,657. I might be off a few bucks, but it's about there. Philip Casciano Associates I actually don't know what this product is. I'll totally honest with you. NetCloud Mobile Essentials. I think there's something related to the cell phones. I truly, I don't know what it is. I'll get you the information on it.
I do know what it is.
Oh, okay.
It's a distributor or reseller of that equipment. And I'm not sure why we need to hire a distributor or a reseller. So I'd like to question that amount. Whether we still need that on.
Councilwoman, is this hardware, is this software, or is it networking, or it looks like, a cloud service?
No, it's hardware.
Oh,
Put on that list. I'll have to explain
Radio
it.
equipment and accessories.
Part of the audit.
So I'll get more detail on it.
thank you.
Power Square, we actually just passed a resolution for Power Square. This is what the dispatch center uses. This is their main software. It does the GPS locations and, they create the sort of individual report for each call, or allows them to enter in the information and get information out to the officer, the ambulance, the fire truck. It's expensive, but it's extremely powerful software. We're using 24/7, 365. But again, we just did a resolution for this software package. Rave Mobile Safety is the Swift 911 replacement, reverse 911. It's really all to say about that one. And then Business Information Systems, another one I really don't know what it's for. It's just what we've spent for this year. So we have a difference of 45,629, 52. I think at this point, we're not willing to cut the entire amount, but, I think we're comfortable cutting 25,000 of it. If that's okay with the council, I'll mark a cut of 25 down. And if you think it should be more when you vote, we'll change it, but we're willing to cut 25 out.
So the spreadsheet seems to indicate to me that you're proposing to cut 42 grand.
Well, we've already cut 42. Yeah.
So this.
That was our first round of cuts for this particular department. But then when we, do the work and look here, with the major items, and based on spend through June 30th, because we did update it for tonight's meeting, we have this difference, but we don't want to cut the whole thing because things happen, but we're willing to cut 25,000. And, if you want to do more, you have to vote.
Councilwoman.
And I appreciate that. And here's my frustration. And I agree, we'll cut it. But we're at meeting number 6. And why does the council have to do with you? Like, why wasn't this work done before it got?
We don't want to cut this. I don't think we should be cutting these things, but I mean, all I'm hearing from this body is that it should be 0 or so. I'm not going to fight against it anymore. I don't think we should cut it, but this is what you guys want.
So when you say you don't think we should cut it
No.
because you're afraid of something
Yeah.
happening?
Yeah. I don't think we should be budgeting that close. I really don't. It's too tight.
Okay. Well, that's
So,
the answer I'm looking for, because
yeah.
I don't understand why, we can't, we're making substantial progress. But again, what's the flip side of that? And what is the chances of, something drastic happening and say something drastic doesn't.
If it does, we'll have an emergency and then we'll overexpend and we'll come back with a resolution. Or we'll do a transfer from somewhere else, but the more we cut, that limits the ability to transfer from the other. Like I said, we'll deal with it and then we'll see how things shake out at the end of the year. So.
Okay.
But, my personal feeling, no, I don't want to cut it. I don't want to raise taxes on anybody. I understand that. And I think we've gotten to the point, it's really raining. We've gotten to the point where at $101. I think that's probably too low. But again, I think I keep hearing 0, 0, 0. All right, we're trying to get you there.
Hold on just a second, Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think one of the reasons we're able to do some of this is because we're 3/4 into the year. We only have 1/4 left. So some of this money that we budgeted for some of these expenses, we haven't realized, we haven't realized the expense. So I think that's one of the reasons why we're able to do some of this cutting.
Are you done, Councilwoman?
Yeah.
Councilwoman?
Of the difference of 45,000, how much of that have we actually used this year?
We haven't used it yet. No. If we've used it, then I wouldn't even put it up for grabs.
Right, but I think we all know what's going to happen if we cut too much out of the budget and we find out that we have to spend something either for an unexpected emergency or overusage or whatever. We're going to pull that money from somewhere else. So,
Sure.
In terms of the impact to the actual budget, what will happen is as Mr. Tiniak said, we'll move it from somewhere else, and what that essentially will do is cut into any surplus that we have,
Right.
or fund balance, as
Mhm.
Mr. Tiniak likes to talk about, because he cares about our high debt load, and if the rating agencies come after us, that's one of the things they're going to look at. So, we're not just cutting numbers on a screen or a piece of paper. This stuff has potentially far-ranging impacts, and we can make the budget look better. But if we have an expenditure we've got to make, it's going to come from somewhere. And if we don't have it from somewhere else in the budget, as Mr. Tiniak said, we're going to have an emergency borrow or an emergency appropriation. So
Yeah.
it's just something to keep in mind. And I, for one, depend on Mr. Tiniak to tell us the real number, the real issue, because these are just numbers. And what's really important in the budget is what's the spending and what's the service and what's the cost behind it. So at some point, as Mr. Tiniak pointing out, we may get too close to the bone. So I appreciate you flagging that, and we'll keep that in mind. And I don't think it's a unanimous belief by everybody on the council that we can get to a 0
No.
property tax increase. So I think it's good that, yes, and Mr. Tiniak has said that multiple times, we have given everybody in town a 3% raise this year, and that's really hard to make up with.
But it's really 6, because I don't think that the 2024 budget really contemplated a 3% raise. So
really,
it's really 2 years worth of raises.
Retroactive.
Yeah, well, it's usually retroactive. Yeah, we've gotten in this habit of going through 0 years where there's no increase, and then we backfill.
Right.
But I guess the contract was signed last year at the
So
last council meeting of the year.
Yeah.
So you're right. I apologize. I didn't understand that
Yeah.
that we have this year's 3% raise and last year's 3% raise. And if you really want to be sticky, last year's raise was actually more than 3% because it was 1.5%, and the math works out even more. So, okay, we're really off the path. Sorry about that.
No, but we need to understand it.
Yes,
so.
Councilwoman.
I hear what you're all saying about being too close to the bone, but it seems like in this particular budget, we're talking about fixed costs and subscriptions, where I don't really see something major breaking that that can justify that kind of a pad. So you're offering 25 to cut it by 25.
Right.
And I would say because of the nature of these items, I think that even 25 is too big.
When you vote, if you want to increase it.
And again, I want to look at Phil Coskio's service that.
I have that
would be
noted. Yeah,
cut.
the net cloud. Yeah.
Okay. So that would be my point of view.
Have we drained the police department budget? We can move on?
Well, and that's a point, because.
Guess not.
Well, I just want to, because, well, again.
I'm just kidding.
Being around a long time, like you and I have been around. Last year we needed overtime for, we had some issues in town and we were able to, have police overtime in certain parts of town to cover some situations that we had, and we were able to have that available.
Mhm.
So we got to be careful of
I'm just talking about this
cut into the
budget.
Just one at a time, please.
but it's an
Just-
overall thing, because of it, like to Councilman's point, if, it's needed, if it's short here, it's coming from somewhere else. So I'm gonna respect the CFO when he says he could do a 25 and leave it at that. Because I do appreciate the 42 he's already taken out with the 25, knowing where this council wants to go. And I think we need to be a little respectful of that, because when push comes to shove, if there's another situation and we have to provide protections in town, I want to be able to do so and not cut into services. So can we agree to take the 42 and at this point in time, leave the 25 there if he's comfortable with that? Is everybody good with that?
We could just set it aside. We could put it in there as a footnote and,
Yeah.
and just see how we're feeling at the time. Does that sound like a plan?
Okay, thank you.
The next section is the non-uniform department IT services. So this should be pretty easy. So we have this system called Fovionics, and it's a way to go paperless and also to archive all of our, anything that we have printed out, we can archive and have it in a searchable, scanned, secure platform. So this Fovionics, we've already actually spent the 37,452. Well, we've encumbered the 37,452 for this year, because I think we just did another 18,900 for some new documents. So we give them everything and they go ahead and they archive it and scan it and all this. So it's like a manual process. It's not just like a software system that we're loading things into. They're actually taking documents. Arbor Pro, tree inventory software. We actually got a grant from DEP for the first year that we purchased this. But this is the new subscription amount for Arbor Pro. I'm sure Councilwoman Rudin has seen it. It's pretty neat. It's cool software. It basically allows us to inventory every tree by type and condition, and it's a really neat program that our tree expert uses. Municity, this is a new software platform that the township has been developing, and it allows for our inspectors to go out in the field and do like real-time reporting and billing and all the things that they do on these tablets, and have it integrate with our software so it can generate bills and generate licenses and all this sort of stuff. This is the annual cost for that municity platform. We debuted it with the mercantile licenses and, the team's just been sort of building it up, trying to get, construction code onto it, so that we can leave our existing platform for the construction code billing. It's just a big, really powerful software solution. This is excuse me, I didn't mean to make that noise in the mic. This is for the Munidex financial software package. This is the last year that we're going to be paying this particular Munidex fee. And this is for the GL software, which is going to be replaced by Edmunds. So, next year we're not going to have the 4872 in the budget. The last thing is what we've actually spent. We bought batteries, AA and AAA batteries. I forget how many packs. And we spent $107 on batteries. I don't think we're going to buy any more batteries from here. So we have a difference of $967. We're willing to cut that full amount out, the $967, because this, besides the batteries, we're not spending any more on any other items. Like, this is it.
Quick question, Councilman.
Yes.
Just real quick question. So just to, move, as we're moving things around and reorganizing, so should the Arbor Pro be in the shade tree? Being that this $4,500, again, this is to track our trees in town. It's gonna cost us $4,500 a year.
Yeah, that's the subscription for the platform. Yeah. We covered it with a grant for the first year, the DEP grant. We
Okay.
bought a tablet, we bought Arbor Pro, and then we paid for data services through that grant, but the grant's over, we fully expended it.
Should it be moved to the shade tree at this point in time? And then would the fees, the permit fees for the trees pay that, or?
No,
Or
no, the permit fees, I mean, that just goes into a general fund, so it wouldn't be like strictly allocated to pay
Remove
for.
the dog light, that's why I asked, remove
The
the.
dog is different in that we put that money into a trust, so separate from the current fund, it's in a trust. But the tree permit money would just go, any fee and permit money goes just into the general fund. But it begs the question of like, should we just do away with this IT thing in general and sort of allocate out the different pieces? We would allocate out Municity to, maybe
Admin.
the finance platform, or,
See, yeah.
Fovionics goes to admin. But, Fovionics, like, everybody's using, and that's sort of why they put it here.
Got it.
Arbor Pro really is just the tree expert using. I agree with that. I will note it to maybe pull it out, because again, there really is no other cross-department integration of Arbor Pro. Like, health department's not using Arbor Pro. I'm not using Arbor Pro. I will move that into Walt's, Mr. Kip's budget. Sorry.
We had a specialist come and inventory all of our trees. Can you tell me what the need is for Arbor Pro? If this has already been done?
I think Arbor Pro has that inventory in there.
So what we paid for somebody to do the inventory. Now we're paying every year $4,500 just to look at this?
Yeah, that has all the information in it, GPS tracking. You can put, you can create a work order per tree. Actually, you could go out and put in there, hey, there was some growth on the bark or fungus on the bark or something like that. Like, it's very granular. And then you can sort it out based on tree types. And I mean, Mr. Kip can show you the stuff. To me, I'm sort of just wowed by the bells and whistles of it all, but he can actually show you the need for it.
I'm just surprised that it's an annual cost.
Everything's a subscription model now.
That's the subscription?
Yeah.
They get you with the grant, and then they get you on the yearly subscription.
Yeah, I don't know how long we have to keep it, if there's anything I didn't see that in the grant document, because we just, in the last month or two, completed the the reimbursement on the grant. I don't remember seeing anything in there that says like you have to keep it for so many years. You know,
But that
but I
makes-
think Mr. Kip is using it and he sees a need for it, but yeah, everything's a subscription model now. I mean, that's just the way of the world. But I encourage you like to take a look at it if you can, because I think you'd find it very interesting. So.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yeah, I was just wondering if like some of these things can be incorporated into the Edmunds when we get the new Edmunds software to kind of alleviate some of these fees.
So
And,
the,
and if they could be coded, you know, like certain things we're saying, we want to know what our overall IT is, but we kind of want to know what department it goes to. So is there some kind of mechanism for coding things so that you can like sort it like you would
That-
on an Excel spreadsheet?
yeah, that's a perfect question. So the first part of your question, so the Munidex will be replaced by Edmunds. Municity, I thought at first when I heard about Municity that Edmunds would replace it, but Municity has really turned out to be a software solution for our people out in the field, especially our inspectors, our building, our code inspectors. So Edmunds is not going to replace that. But what Edmunds, the functionality built into Edmunds, and again, you have to put good data in, would allow us to track things like, we might say, how do we track, what it costs to put on a council meeting? And if there's different budget accounts that are impacted, we can create project codes to say, hey, this is the council meeting project code. Excuse me.
Mhm. Good. Yeah, that's what
And
I
we
was thinking.
spend, we spend $2,000 on the newspaper and we spend, $50,000 on the attorney to be here and we do all these things. As long as we can code those POs with that project code, you could simply run a report and put in the parameters that you want, whether it's
Great.
a year or by amount, and you can run that report. And I've done it before with Edmunds and
Great.
I will say the Township of Nutley has been using that for years in sort of tracking products and commodities, and they've been really good about saying like, this is how much it costs to do this.
Great. I'm hoping you'll set that up for us in your free time. Oh, thank you.
Well, to add to that, my goal for when we get Edmunds and we train the departments is I want the department heads to see the need for certain things like that
Right.
and give them the
Exactly.
tools to do that because, I'm one person and
Of course.
I might have sort of things that I want to track, but I'm hoping that the department heads will say like, this is meaningful for my department. And I want to be
Right.
able to come to a council meeting and talk about these things so that, John doesn't lose his voice every meeting.
Exactly. I'd like to see all our directors become very, very adept at
Yeah.
not only understanding how these functions work, but really tracking their own costs. and-
No,
and really paying
I
attention to
agree. And the system is built for that. It's not just built for people like me. It
Mhm.
is built for a department head to say, all right, here's some canned reports that you can run that are useful. The issue we have with our current system, I don't want to bash it, but it's
Right.
complex and
Mhm.
you put in one parameter in incorrectly and you get nothing from it. And from a department head perspective, I get that a lot, is
Mhm.
that I tried to run a report and I didn't get anything, or
Mhm.
I don't see it. Why do you see it? I don't see it.
Mhm.
We're not going to have that issue with Edmunds. It's set up so that non-finance people can utilize it.
Mr.
Mhm.
Bovee?
Great.
Quick question related to Councilwoman Scarpa's question. You had said previously that you were gonna combine IT department budget items. Has that been done and can we see? that?
Yeah, so no, we didn't do that yet. I wanted to just detail what I had originally shown for here. But I think it's worthwhile to look at that. I didn't do it, but I think it's worthwhile to explore that because we have 5 different pieces. And I mean, I detailed out each piece, but maybe moving forward, we don't have 5 different budget pieces for IT and we do combine these things. So, the answer, no, I didn't do it yet, but it's something that I'm kicking around. Yeah.
I think we
Just,
almost drained it.
just one last comment for our newer colleagues, and you may remember this, Council President, but just up until like 8 years ago, we didn't even have an IT department that was formed. And so this, antiquated process is hopefully evolving into a more streamlined one.
Council President, I request just a couple minutes break.
Certainly.
That's okay.
We are at 7:31. Let's be back at 7:37. I'm going to give everybody an extra minute. 7:37, please, on the clock.
Thank you for your patience, West Orange. We are returning to the budget workshop. We just had a short break. Now I can turn the floor over to the council president.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Are we recording?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Mr. Tiniak, you again have the time.
Okay. So we're going to move into unemployment insurance. Let me just bring up my report.
No new spreadsheets to hand out, correct?
No, I'm going to tell you the page number.
Hey, John, do you have a copy of what you handed out originally tonight?
No, I gave my last copy over.
Oh.
I could print another one, or want to print one? You sure? Well, I'm already slowing myself up with this part of it, so if you wanted to print it.
Council President, I'd like to take the opportunity just to make a brief announcement, if I may, to the Zoom audience. Earlier in the meeting, we were having an issue with the Mr. Tiniak's screen being shared with Councilwoman Scarpa. I was able to put Councilwoman Scarpa still on screen up in the corner, and we have a better view of Mr. Tiniak's screen. It was a setting on the back end. I made the correction, and hopefully moving forward, that won't be an issue.
Do you
If
want
it
me
is-
to come back on?
If it is, just cut off Councilwoman Scarpa.
It's fine, Councilwoman Scarpa. My
Should I
apologies,
c-
President.
All right,
She's
should I come back on the video? Or do I need to keep it off?
No, you can stay right like you are.
Okay, great.
She's grown accustomed to being dissed on Zoom, so
Okay, so this is page 38. Well, this is the updated budget document that we have out there. So it may be 37 if you're looking at the old version, but this is page 38, unemployment compensation insurance. So I'm asking for $90,000. To give you a little bit of a background on unemployment, many of the municipalities in New Jersey do not pay into the insurance program. They pay claims directly. We don't do that. We're more like a private company in that they redo our rate based on the claims that are paid out. So we actually pay unemployment insurance with every payroll. So a little bit different than what most municipalities do. Most municipalities, like I said, just pay the claims. So they're responsible for the full amount of the claims. They get a bill every quarter, and they, whatever was paid to the employee or ex-employee, I should say, they have to reimburse. So our unemployment insurance is tracking to be about $90,000 for the year, based on our payrolls and based on our current rate. So that's why I'm asking for the 90K. There's really no way to cut this. It is what it is. So, we really have no options.
we're going to get to Councilwoman Scarpa and Mr. DeBove in just a second. I just want to ask a quick question. So far, you're projecting that our claims for unemployment insurance.
Oh, no, just what we have to pay in unemployment insurance, are the employer share. We don't pay the claims. We
Okay.
pay into the insurance program. So
Okay.
we get a defined rate.
Okay. Councilwoman Scarpa, thanks for your patience.
Yeah, does it work out where it costs us so much more because of the way we do this versus other municipalities?
I can't say that off the top of my head. I will say most municipalities pay the claims because it probably was more advantageous to do that, rather than just be in the insurance pool. But it's hard to say, maybe maybe they switched when there was a lot of unemployment and a lot of layoffs and it was
Mhm.
more advantageous to be in the insurance pool. I really don't know.
I got it. There's a lot of variables.
This is the only town I've ever been in that doesn't just pay the claims, that they pay into the insurance pool. So this is sort of
Yeah,
charted territory for me.
right. I'm wondering if that's just another thing that we should look at down the road.
Mr. DeBovi.
On this item from last year's budget, we ended up spending 81% of the budgeted amount. Do you have any idea where we are at this point in the year? And, are we gonna end up with a similar discrepancy?
Yeah, so I think with this most recent payroll, we're up to like 48.3 or something like that. 38.3, excuse me, 38.3, in terms of unemployment. So,
So it doesn't seem like we're gonna get to 90.
Wait, just a second,
so we're gonna see more OT in the summer and that's gonna drive up the payrolls and then the calculation's gonna get higher in the summertime, so.
Councilwoman.
So do you feel the need to switch this the way we've been doing it? And if you do, obviously, when would you review that to
So
make that?
I will say, I don't even know the process to switch it. So I couldn't even tell you how long it takes or what you need to do. I don't know the process because I've never been in a municipality that didn't just pay the claims. So I couldn't even give you like a timeline of how long that takes or what is involved in that. That would be something I'd have to look into.
Do we have a tracking of what the claims are? So you know the difference?
Well, that's what we would have to get.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we'd have to get. Now, normally a municipality gets a quarterly bill and COVID sort of messed all that up. So actually what's happening in the municipalities that paid claims, they weren't getting quarterly bills for a while because the state couldn't even determine what was real and what was fraudulent in terms of unemployment. So they wound up like a couple of years later, then starting to send quarterly bills that they feel they vetted out. And so municipalities were paying like tremendous amounts of money out of their unemployment trust.
Okay, so we did well.
So, maybe
We're ahead of
we
the-
would have been part of that where we would have had a lot of bills. I don't have the answer to that question. We certainly could look at it. Again, when I first got here and I was like, wait a minute, why are we sending unemployment insurance money down to the state? Again, I'd never seen it in a municipality, but that's the way we do it here. I'll try to, when I have some time, look into the process and so, but this is what we have sort of now and,
Okay.
Again, the OT is going to go up for PD and fire in summertime. It does. And then
Yeah.
that unemployment charge in the next probably 5 payrolls is going to go up. And that's sort of and then at the end of the year too, OT increases. So that's sort of like we're tracking right now to be lower than 90, but I know it's going to go up for the July payrolls and the August payrolls because the OT is going to go up.
Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Yeah, you've worked in other municipalities. Can you give a comparison of how much is paid in other municipalities for
I
this?
mean, everybody's different. It usually depends on your crossing guards is what dictates a lot of it. And what you do with your crossing guards. Some lay everybody off. Others sort of keep them on and utilize them for other things so that they don't end up paying the unemployment. So everybody is different. Everybody's got different situations. So.
I'd like to re-examine this whole thing. Since you're saying that it seems irregular. Okay, I'm done.
Just tied to the same thing. The OT that you're talking about is seasonal. And presumably that occurs each year. So I guess the question is, will we ever see the 90 Or are we gonna end up at like 75,
No,
which is an increase over last year?
I think we'll get closer to the 90 because they increased our rate, our unemployment rate based on utilization. So the 24 rate was lower to get to that 68. So the rate is higher. So I do think we'll get closer. I really do. Now, maybe we won't hit 90. But the remainder I'm going to just put into the unemployment trust for future years. This is something that will not contribute to fund balance. It's going to go into the unemployment trust, any unspent money.
Do you
And
know
then-
what the rate increase was, percentage basis?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can get that though.
Okay.
I think we've drained this.
Okay, the next item is the general liability insurance.
Page 39.
Correct. So the general liability insurance is a fixed amount. We get a bill from the JIF. I will say, and I think this came up in, I don't know if it was a budget hearing or a council meeting, exploring other options. Our contract with the JIF does end at the end of this year, and we've already sent a letter letting them know that we are going to be soliciting other business for our liability coverage. So we have put that out there, and if we find something at a better price, we certainly will go there. I mean, the JIFs were set up to make insurance affordable for the municipalities, so they may still end up being the best overall deal, but we are going to do our due diligence and see what we can get out in the open market. But for this year, we have a defined bill. We pay it over in 3 different assessments. And the 1,285,939.50 is that amount. The risk manager is a contract that we awarded earlier this year, and it's part of this whole JIF model. I don't see movement on any of these things because they're just defined amounts. But again, for 2026, the hope is by going out and getting something new that will achieve savings year over year. Or at the very least, know that the JIF was the cheapest for us. And I thank Councilwoman Rudin, I think, sort of spurned that on, so.
Anything else?
No, but I have a comment on the next one.
Yeah, we're still on the same page, so I just wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, general liability, yeah.
So, it's part and parcel that the risk manager has to come along with the JIF in this?
No, I think it's just part of the contract for the last few years. This is how it's been done.
Okay, so even if we stay with JIF, there's a possibility that, do we need the risk manager?
You may not need it it may be built into a future quote. I mean, another company could offer that service along with the liability insurance. That's why we're going out and seeing what we can get.
For the rest of this year, is that something that have we ever used the risk manager?
They do, yeah. No, they do. They regularly communicate with the risk manager, yeah.
Okay, and the library's workers' comp. Why is that in this section?
That was my question.
I don't know. I've looked back historically, that's been part of the general liability for years.
Aren't they just covered under all workman's comp in a general fund?
They've broken it out for a specific policy for library workers' comp. I don't know why. I could try to ask, but I looked back in some budget years and this has been there, so.
Yeah, I seem to recall when I was on the council before that they reimbursed us for this, that it was more efficient for them. But, you know, again, I'll quit saying it, but I don't know what has happened in the interim. So please.
So not the last meeting, because I wasn't here, the meeting before, if you recall, I had asked a question in regards to health insurance with Mr. Cubey. So I remember there was some other expense that the township was picking up for them.
So they
And-
reimburse us for health insurance.
Okay, but this they
But
do
that-
not. So maybe,
This we've paid, yeah.
so again, shouldn't this be moved to their budget line?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
so again, unless we're just giving them the money, we can't put any additional expenses in that line. That line is specifically for giving them the money to use however they want,
third of the
whether it's their
mill.
levy or that $50,000 that they've gotten in the past. If it's just expenses on their behalf, they have to stay in the line item that, it's for.
This, I believe, is something the former mayor worked out with them for whatever reason, when I first came on not too long after I first came on the council. I'll have to find out.
I'll speak to the
Mr.
acting administrator about this and see if this
Yeah.
is something that we can be reimbursed for like we are for the health insurance. And then maybe,
Because like I said, the extra 50,000 for the special request, and I knew there was another fee that we paid out for them. So I guess this is where it was. I was trying to look for it that night in the budget. I couldn't find it, but obviously it was on this page.
We drained this?
Yep.
Moving on, please, Mr. Siniak.
so the next item I'm going to talk about is workers' compensation insurance.
Yeah, this is way up.
Oops.
Way up and wide.
Where did I just go? Okay.
Mr. Siniak,
Yes.
just a quick follow-up question from the previous screen.
Oh, yeah.
Where you talked about risk manager. Councilwoman Rudin and I have been working with the workers' compensation claims, and is that the same risk manager that was through the JIF? Because I have found his advice and his experience to be pretty helpful and help and guide us on how we move on some of these claims.
Yeah, that's why I
Okay.
said there's constant communication.
Okay.
Yeah. So the workers' compensation insurance it's not really paying for a policy here. We're paying for individual medical claims and lost wages here. And right now we're at a spend of 220,000. So even this 312 might not be enough. And if that's the case, I'll come back later on in the year with either a transfer but we had some workers' compensation. Again, we can't talk about these things, but we've had some expensive workers' compensation claims, both in the medical side, replacement wages side. I don't want to say anything about the people involved, but it's been costly. So we're at 220 the spend. We have a third-party claims adjuster who reviews all these things, and they are aggressive in trying to not pay. Most insurance companies operate that way. But we get a check register, and it's been reviewed by their attorneys as well. And we get a check register and we put money into the account so that they fund that check register. So like I said, we're at 220 spent. So I'm fearful that the 312 is not going to be enough, but we're going to stick with that. And if we need to, we'll transfer money at the end of the year. But that's sort of the state of the workers' compensation claims without saying, who is really the source of them. But yeah, it's up this year.
Right. So have you, I don't know how much you know about what's going on with workers' comp. But can you discern why the costs are up so far? I guess roughly a third from where they were last year.
It's mostly medical. With wages, I mean, you kind of know where wages are going to go because a person makes only so much. It's the medical, it's attorney fees. You know, those are the ones that really drive the expenses. So
Councilwoman.
Do you know if we have any pending claims?
yes, we always have pending claims. Yeah. And just the claims that we've had have been costly. Say that. And, you know, for the member, it's, you know, it doesn't go against, we're self-insured, right? But we can't put these things against the self-insured claims. It has to be allocated out to workers' compensation. So we would pay probably either way, but it ends up in the claims section of the budget.
We drained this?
Mhm.
Shall we move on, please?
Next thing I'm going to talk about is the tax assessor. Let me get to his page. Their page.
Tax collector.
57.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And I'll go through the S&W very quickly. We have, I'll make it bigger for everyone. Sorry. Okay. So we have 3 employees in the assessor's office. Obviously, we have our tax assessor. So the ask for salaries and wages for the department is $294,000. We do have, because we've been talking about longevity, we do have a union employee in this department that has longevity. And again, that's part of the contract, grandfathered in and all that.
okay.
Looking at the OE budget, so the OE budget is interesting because we have obviously a need to spend on things like appraisals, which is the majority, which really what the department does. We spend money on the appraisals. But we fund it with the reserve for tax appeals. So the actual ask from the taxpayer is $113. What we do is we replenish the reserve for tax appeals. Because we have a high collection rate, we can take money from that amount we collect in taxes to put aside for this reserve. It's a mechanism the state put into place. So that you're not really asking your taxpayers in advance for this money. It's based on how well your collection goes, and then you can take some of that. So let's say we realized $100. I'll make easy numbers. We realized $100 from our taxpayers. The state says, okay, if you need money in your reserve for tax appeals, whether it's to pay for appraisals or to pay actual refunds back, take it from that $100. So we take $10 and we put it in the reserve for tax appeals. So now we've realized $90 from the taxpayer, but we have this $10 that we can spend on things like this. So, you know, we take a small portion of the total amount of taxes collected and we put it aside to pay for the office, essentially. You know, we can't pay for the S&W, but we at least pay for the office operations with that reserve for tax appeal. So it's not costing the taxpayer any extra money.
So what's the run rate on these appraisals in the year of the revow? I mean, I realize it's happened in previous years, but this is where the rubber is meeting the road for.
Yeah, so it's lower, but we still need it to do the added and omitted. Because even despite having the revaluation, it's still somewhat old data because now we have new added and omitteds that we have to send them out for. So we're gonna need them for that. So again, it's $113 to the taxpayer. It's not even calculable, the cost. And we've built it into the revenue model too, like, thinking about that 80,000, we're going to take from the top of taxes. So we understand that is going to be reduced. Because we also collect more taxes than that amount to be raised, right? Because of the addeds. We usually get that as additional tax money, and that helps drive our revenue anticipated versus what we asked for. So again, we're taking a small piece of that extra and putting it aside to run the operations of tax assessor. It's a fantastic way to do it. Many municipalities do it to put aside money for appeals, state appeals, and we help offset our operations with it. So,
Council,
Can we just go back to the previous page? Can you describe to me what the difference is between a keyboarding clerk and a principal account clerk?
so they're defined civil service titles, and they're also defined in the AFSCME contract. So it used to be, back in the day before computers, a clerk would, move paper, and you had to take a test to be able to use either a typewriter or a word processor. And so you would have somebody in the office that was trained to use a word processor, and civil service said, you have to pass the test to do that, and you're going to get a different title and you're going to make more money. And then the principal account clerk, you can only have one of them per department. So you could have a department of, 100 people, like go to the city of Newark, you go to the tax office and there's a million desks there. You can only have one principal account clerk in that department. Civil services, you can only have one, and they're going to be the highest paid. So there are a lot of like leftover titles, but if you go on like the civil service page, they do define what each title can do, how long you need to work to get to that title. So
Are they doing the same job?
no, I don't think they're doing the same job. No, I mean, I don't want to get into individuals and, their work, but, there's more experience, and again, I don't want to put one person down by saying that, but it's true. There's one person that have a lot more experience and they do the heavy lifting for that department versus the other. The other might be more clerical or, answer phones, but, one is dealing with the law firms, because we deal with a lot of law firms in that office, people that are filing appeals, and so that's like all I can really say about that.
Okay, but these rates are set by the union.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So they're part of the contract, and then codified in the salary ordinance that we ask the council to pass. So even though the contract is defining it, we always will do the salary ordinance to say, all right, this is like, rubber stamping the contract. And it's a more public way to show the salaries too, when we do it in the ordinance. You're not looking through a 70, 80 page collective bargaining agreement. You can go on and look at our salary ordinance.
Okay.
So again, there's nothing to cut for the assessor because it's $113.75. And we'll just, I don't know, it's kind of fun to leave that number in there like that. But, you know, in the previous year, why did we not really have that much charge to the appraisals? Was because of the revaluation. So this year, it definitely will go up. Not that it, again, impacts the taxpayer, but that paid or charged amount will go up. You know, because again, the reval's over, it's sort of getting back to business as usual. And, you know, we had the inspectors, we paid for the big reval amount. They were doing the appraisals, so,
Yeah, and it was well over $1 million.
yes.
Next,
Next, we're going to talk about is fuel.
Page.
That's one of my
I-
favorite topics.
You know.
I'll give you the page in 1 second. Oops.
I've got it PDF page 108, so it's probably 104. The PDF page.
I have 112 in the new one
I don't have the new
of
one.
fuel.
I have the new one, but I don't use it. All my notes were from the
It
original.
is, 112.
So we originally requested $508,000. We did cut $25,000 from the diesel fuel. And so we're down to 483,000. I have the spends. I did provide,
Did we get a paper on this already or no?
what's that?
Did we get a paper on this already or no?
No, there's an updated
No.
budget from June 17th. I think.
Yeah,
that's
that
what
was
you're-
the June
what you're using.
17th, yeah.
But we didn't get anything today on fuel.
Okay.
So we did
runs
cut
on fuel.
25K. The spend so far on gasoline fuel, we're at $132,000.
Okay.
Our spend on diesel, we're at $43,885. And our spend on the fuel maintenance is 10,800. So we're tracking pretty well for diesel fuel and fuel maintenance, and a little bit behind on the gasoline. So I provided to the council the way that we buy fuel is we buy through the Morris County Co-op. The rates change on a weekly basis, so we buy in bulk. We fill up our tanks, and we have various tanks throughout the township. Some at the recycling center, some at FD5. Obviously, DPW is where we have the biggest tanks, both gas and diesel. But we buy in bulk, and you know, I provided the averages for 2025. I don't have them in front of me, but you know, competitive prices and yeah.
So the vehicles, the electric vehicles that we purchased this past year, so you calculate it like taking them out of the equation for the gas you need for them?
No, we just looked at it from a spend perspective and what we're buying in terms of the gallons and the rates that we're getting, and you know, that's sort of how we're coming up with the budget. Again, we're tracking pretty well for diesel fuel at this point because these numbers are from today. Gasoline, you know, we're not obviously halfway. So we're doing better than what we budgeted for.
Just to go down, so.
So
Okay.
Just an observation. Fuel prices or cost of gasoline. This time last year, this time this year, the difference is about 50 cents a gallon, significantly down. So that could end up impacting how much of this we'll end up spending.
yeah, I mean, that's the hope. Like, you know, also hopefully we are using less gas as we change the fleet out. Even, you know, even just newer vehicles are going to use less gas, and that's part of the fleet management that we have. But you know, we sort of landed on the 350 number and, we cut the 25 out. Is there room for a little bit more from gasoline fuel? Well, I think it's worth going back and we'll look again. We have the updated numbers. I'll see what we have in the tanks when our next, we're anticipating our next purchase to be. I'll talk to Mr. Reynolds.
So right now you're good with 25.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we're right on the money with diesel fuel. And we may have some more room in gas. I'll talk to Mr. Reynolds though.
Excuse me, is that 25 in what you gave us already?
Yeah, that's included. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, so it's not extra. Okay.
Can I also ask, what's fuel maintenance? What is that?
That's for the inspections and work on the tanks, the storage tanks. And the pumps.
Pumps, yeah.
Councilwoman, sorry.
Yes, I raise this every meeting, whether it's budget or council. We have a lot of cars that are being used for personal use, and I now can see the gas.
Yeah, I understand the administration sent you the,
Yes.
yeah.
So now I can see, and I don't understand how personal cars are being filled up every single week, and we have pages and pages for each individual who has a vehicle. And according to our municipal code, only 2 individuals are entitled to have personal take-home cars. And I understand that we also have animal control that use it and sometimes take it home. But what about reining in on the other vehicles and stopping this enormous gas consumption?
So I know the administrator has sent you those records and, that's a decision that he's going to have to make with administration. I don't have a say in that. Officially, but I think he brought it to his attention. He's, I'm sure, looked at the records and, we'll see what comes of it. So.
But don't we have a say just in terms of the budget? We're paying for this.
Yeah, you have a say, like you could cut the budget, but you're going to be, you'll be cutting everyone. It's not that you're cutting him. Ultimately you have a say in the code, right? You're the ones that can change the code. So you could, I'm not a lawyer. I wish there was one here.
Well,
Jack.
Mr. Smeraldo is
Right,
not here either, so
Yeah.
we can't take this
So-
too much further tonight, so
Right,
maybe he'll
but
be back for the next one.
Yeah, we gotta see what's contractual and what's not
I have checked that. Only 2 cars are
contractual.
not contractual. None of the cars are in a contract.
Again, we are not going to satisfy this issue, and I'm sure that's what you want. You want satisfaction. We're not going to get that until Mr. Smeraldo is back and we can engage him directly on this. So, and Mr. Ziniak has already waved the white flag, so he can't contribute this either. So to be continued, yes, please.
I will say though, I hear you on that. And I'll talk to Mr. Smeraldo as well. Like we'll have a discussion about this, but I hear you. And I will relay, if he's not watching at home, I will relay, what we're discussing here. So, but back to what I will talk Mr. Reynolds and we will look at gasoline fuel and see if there's any other room there. Cause again, I know where we want to get to. I'm not promising any more administrative cuts to gasoline fuel. But I will take another look at it with Mr. Reynolds, and see what we can come up with. Mr. Reynolds, his staff, I will say his staff is very good about pulling information from me. So.
Okay.
Next, please.
So the next, sorry, Council President, next is electricity. We are asking for the same amount that we asked for last year. Um, and just to pull the spend on electricity for building and property, right now, we're at a $168,000. And that's paying through April.
Oh, April.
Yeah. So I think this came up in a previous meeting. We are looking at we've already signed up for like an energy aggregation
Right.
program. I know that the township has done them in the past. But we're doing it again for electricity for the different buildings, and there's no cost to us because of the way the program works. So we are actively engaged in trying to reduce our I want to use the right term, the supply cost, not the transmission cost, because we can't control the transmission. And that's been sort of the issue with electricity rates in the state of New Jersey. I know the state is trying to do something about it. The transmission comes from the Pennsylvania, Ohio connection, and that's what's getting so expensive. And they're constantly raising the rates, and that gets passed along to us. But we're at least looking for a new supply contract, and that's what those third party programs do. They lock in a different supply rate.
Well, there's a lot of auctions going on too.
Right, right. On the recreation electricity spend side, we're at 41,000 $823, and that's through April as well.
So even 41, if you multiply it by 3 times, it's still significantly lower than the budget request. So
So yeah, we reduced it by 35,000. The electricity for building and property. Now I realize we did cut that, Mr. Reynolds and I.
It's
well-
on the sheet.
No, because this is a new one, but it's in that top sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like with the gasoline, I'll go back and look at the May bills. I hope we have them. And we can project out again, and maybe there's some savings in electricity recreation at the very least.
Yeah, because you'd hope in the summer too, the lights go on later too. All the parks. Like
Yeah.
everything I
or-
assume is timed for later.
Yeah, probably at this point, they're probably time the fields for 8 o'clock. I think is, I'll ask Mr. Keogh, or Edwin, and I think it's 8 o'clock. The lights are going on at the fields. Anybody can correct me if they go past them, but I should be 8. Mr. DeBovi, did you have a question?
Yeah, somebody wanted to know. Do we benefit from any programs that promote alternative energy that might go away due to the new federal budget?
That's a good question. So we've been looking at solar integration. And originally there was a plan to do a solar build with the schools.
Yeah.
And I think the schools didn't want to participate. So we were going to go at it by ourselves, and we put some bid stuff out there. And we were going to do this design build program. And it turns out, because of the size of the project, we couldn't do a design build. So it's sort of fallen a little bit by the wayside. I mean, maybe the engineer would say, no, it's just you haven't heard too much more about it. But I know that there is a concept of having solar structure out in the lot and then some solar integration up top. And that would then basically pay for the electricity for this building. Well, would cover the electricity for this building and potentially generate excess through the structure outside. And then we were going to do electric vehicle integration and all that. That's the only thing that I know of from like an alternative energy type program. But maybe the engineer could speak a little bit more on it. This is just the only thing that I've been in discussions for. And we talked to a few different companies about solar companies and how they would do it and how you could design it. And, of course you got to build it though. Like we would have to put capital funds and build out a structure and buy equipment and all that sort of stuff. And, then like the hope is that it pays for itself over so many years and all that. But, yeah, that's all I really know about alternate, energy, which just be the solar, which is great. I mean,
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes, I would like to make sure that this program is competitively bid if we do any of it. I know there's been some questions about it. Councilman Rutherford and I had, and it looked like they took a piece of this program and gave it to the rent-a-house, and it was not even competitively bid. It looks very expensive to me. It's one of the things we've questioned.
no, I agree. It needs to be done the right way. I don't know too much about the rent-a-house and I think they do have solar panels up there.
They took the program that we were looking at and the administration recommended it to them and they
Mhm.
took it and purchased it without competitively bidding it.
Oh,
And
yeah, I
it
mean,
does not look like something that, that they're going to get the best return on their investment on. I think they
yeah,
could have done better if they properly bid it. And so
yeah.
I want to
So
make sure that does not happen to us.
yeah, I think step one would be, getting the right consultant that, is going to build it out or, do the design for the build out that number one is feasible because obviously putting a lot of equipment on the roof, you got to have, the right structure for the right equipment. And then, hooking into our grid and do we have like the right power requirements and all that.
Exactly.
So you're right, like that needs to be carefully considered.
Right.
And then it's got to make sense financially. And if you're going to spend a
That's
ton of
right.
money and then you're
Mhm.
not going to achieve the savings that you're looking for, well,
Exactly.
I
There's
know
a lot
it's,
of costs associated with that need to be factored in and need to be looked at and look at the return on investment.
and I think that's why they wanted to go the design build route because that would be, you just sort of pick someone and say, all right, you guys just put this whole thing together and build it and all like, but the size of the project dictates we can't do it that way. So we have to come up with the specs ourselves and then put the specs out on the street and find, the contractor to build it. So it's a more traditional project. But you're right, the math has to make sense, the money has to make sense before you do
Exactly.
something like this. I agree with you.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, I just want to know, have we done any retrofitting for all of the light bulbs throughout?
Yeah, so they've done projects like that in the past. PSE&G is always sponsored projects. They get state and federal money. They've done LED upgrades in the past, and again, we're looking at we met with PSE&G months ago about a new round of it's a study first. And then there's equipment upgrades that you can get from it. So they do the study and they figure out, because they've got this big pool of money that they have to spend. So they need to go out and get these projects. So we've had that conversation. I know that Mr. Smeraldo could fill you in better than I can because I'm sure he's been to every one of those meetings. But we routinely, when is available, we avail ourselves of those projects and change things out. And, we've done that in the past. Way before I got here, I know the township has upgraded, certain lighting and HVAC and the project we're looking at now is upgrading like the big stuff, like a boiler or, the box that comes in, whatever. I'm not an electrical engineer, but like the big stuff. That's what they're currently talking to the PSE&G reps on.
Right, I'm
now.
just talking about prioritizing our LED lighting. Because I don't see it in here or in other places in the municipality. And do we have smart thermostats?
No,
And
my thermostat is like from the 70s.
okay, so would that help in terms of our energy costs?
Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, the HVAC equipment, like we have the new split units and there's those individual units, like if you go into the admin's office, they have those individual units so that you don't have to run a big system. They've made those upgrades, but yeah, the thermostats and stuff, again, like my thermostat in my office is from the 70s. So I hope that they look at that when they do these projects. So
Anything else?
No.
okay, the next item is street lighting. So we don't have any proposed reductions for street lighting. Not to say that we won't come back maybe after this and revisit it, but so our street lighting spend as of right now is $245,000. And that's through May. And our condo street lighting spend is, and I mean, these are reimbursements.
Yeah, that's what I was
So,
gonna ask.
Our spend on that is, we've encumbered $93,000.
Mr. Zatiniak,
These are all prior years, so,
these are absolute fixed costs, aren't they? Aren't we charged by the pole?
the reimbursements, yeah, it's fixed.
But even,
Mhm.
even our street lighting, doesn't PSE&G just charge us for a pole?
Yeah,
There's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing we can do about it, correct?
yeah, but if they raise the rates and like certain ones are fixed costs, certain one is based on the actual usage. They're not all.
Oh, some
Set
of
up
them
the
are
pay.
based on usage.
Mhm.
Oh. Okay.
Excuse me, is this all reimbursable? This is all to the
The
communities, all of
the condo line, yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
so for the street lighting in our town, are those energy smart bulbs that we're using?
We don't
It's public service.
do anything with them. It's public service that manages them.
And they install the bulbs?
Yeah, they're responsible for anything to do with the lights. I mean, it's in their best interest to utilize the most energy efficient. But we don't go up there and change anything out.
Mhm.
So I haven't seen you up there on that ladder a couple of times?
Yeah.
Okay, just want to be sure. I thought I had. so, okay.
My father worked for PSE&G for 28 years. He was an
Mhm.
engineer, civil engineer for them.
Got you through college, huh?
Yeah.
Nice.
Anyway, I didn't mean to get off track. Any other questions?
Nope. Keep going.
Keep going, please.
Keep going. Fire hydrants now?
Yes.
Okay,
Exciting.
there's a fixed cost if there ever was.
Yeah. Oh, did I? Okay. I have it. So we've spent through May, Wait. Yeah. May special program charge.
Hey, looks like it's actually going down. What's up with that?
What's that?
It looks like our fire hydrant cost is actually going down. Well, we had the 850 budget last year and now we got less on the request.
Yeah, so our request reflected the actual. So we are on track to spend 724, if I do the math right. Yeah, almost $725,000.
But that's still almost 15% less than last year. How could that be?
So I think what it was probably, being totally honest, that this was a place to transfer money out of in prior years. So we've trimmed that
We appreciate your
down.
honesty.
Yeah.
I salute it. Any questions? We're just.
Yeah, this
we
is
just
through New
charge-
Jersey American Water and
They just charge us every year.
yeah.
Oh,
So you're not going to
there's
use
n-
this as a partial slush fund this year?
There's no cushion now
Okay.
in this. Yeah.
I thought it was a miracle we were witnessing, but okay, let's move on.
Okay. Our last item for the night is water. And this is all New Jersey American Water. And this is water for water usage for our buildings. It's just looking at. So our spend for the buildings right now, we're at $16,174. And for recreation, which is all of our parks and
Does it include the pool or is that the separate pullout? Budget wise?
the pool's separate. Yeah.
Okay.
It's $4,300 we've spent for recreation. Yeah. So we're right on track for recreation and we'll probably end up a little bit less for the building. Barring any sort of like break or leak or
Is this irrigation?
it's any water usage. Yeah.
So how are we watering the parks?
Joe Close goes around with the water truck.
It's just any metered usage of water.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly, from a water fountain to,
God bless them.
yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's like a sprinkler system or,
Thought it was
but any metered water usage is captured, in here.
I'm just not understanding the difference between the recreation and the property.
So the recreation is for the different parks.
Yeah.
Okay,
So we have Carteret Street, Park Avenue, Carteret Street Park, Liberty, St. Cloud Avenue, Bowling Drive, Franklin Avenue. You guys would know these properties better than me. Ralph Road.
okay, but as far as I know, there's no irrigation there.
No, they have a water truck, but I'm not sure if that's what I'm not kidding. There's a water truck that goes up and down Main Street. I don't know if it goes
Right.
directly to the parks. That's why I want.
Yeah, there might be like water fountains
Yeah.
and, I mean, it's not a lot. We've only spent $4,300 for recreation.
Okay, why?
So you have a lot of bills, it's like minimums, probably 2265, 2265, 2265. They're just minimum connection fees. You might not even have any water flowing through, but there's a water connection and a meter. Bowling Drive, $362. Ralph Road, $181.
Bowling Drive there, refilling Silver Lake.
So
Should,
it's a lot of minimums
Mhm.
based on what I can see here for the parks.
okay, since we spent 35 on item line 147 last year. Shouldn't that be reflected in this year instead of the budget request?
I mean, if you want to do that, yeah, just when you vote, knock it down.
So, Mr. Tiniak, will you flag that for us when we
Yeah.
come back around, please?
Yeah, let's get a little more detail on what actually happens.
Well, I just gave it to you. I just told you what we spent.
And we could save another $1,000 in water recreation as well. If I still, even though I don't really understand where it's going. It's just a water truck spending that much money.
No, it's not the water truck, I don't think. There are connections, there are water connections at these different parks. Again, if it's a fountain or if it's a water, like a water fountain or something is metered that American Water is charging us for. And a lot of it, I'm thinking, is
Yeah, bathrooms at some of the parks.
there's bathrooms, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're minimum charges, so we're probably not even hitting the water usage to trigger any sort of excess billing.
That's what I was wondering, if that included the cat
Yeah.
factor.
But I'll flag the line 147 or both for.
Yes,
Um,
well, 147 can be reduced and 150, I would just like to understand more. Where,
If we get
Where
that
we're getting
sprinkler
the number.
system at the library, we'll be using it.
when we get it, but right now, we don't have it.
yeah, I mean, they're such small, with the exception of Boland Drive. And this Ralph Road, they're really small. Carteret Street's $127, but again, it's like a lot of 22.65, 32.75. We can supply you with the American Water bill for a month, and maybe that'll give you more detail, or it would possibly explain what the what the appliance is or what the connection is. I'll have Miss Reynolds email that over.
Club, a few of them have little clubhouses, stacked fields where they have running water.
Mhm.
So there is water on the properties. Don't forget, we also own, some buildings too that.
Is this for Rock Spring as well?
You need a breakdown.
Rock Spring's got to be on here. I mean, we must be paying water for Rock Spring, but it can't be in recreation. It's definitely not in recreation.
DPW.
But no,
building.
they're paying for Rock Spring. Kemper's paying. What am
Kemper.
I saying? Yeah, it's part of their
DPWs are.
operating expense.
Separate building, this building.
Yeah, we're paying for water sprinkling up there, or, I'd fall out of my chair probably, because I'm sure it'd be a lot, but,
Mhm.
so, but I will mark that, we'll discuss possibility of, a cut, and I will have, Ms. Reynolds send you the water bills for recreation, and hopefully it has a little bit more detail.
Okay, thank you.
So. This is all I have for tonight. I'm sorry, Council President,
I'm trying to ignore her, so just keep going on. I'm just
Need
kidding.
an
I'm
answer
just
for
kidding.
tonight, but if you could look into, I don't know how everybody else feels, they're great magazines, but the next page.
oh, yes, you're right. I should have gone over NJSLM. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, is there any way just to get that online? I mean, I feel like I get that book, it's a great book, but
Everyone.
4,000 a year, if we could get it online.
Yeah.
I feel like it's such a waste even to get online.
They ask if you want a hard copy or an online version.
Is the online version a lot cheaper?
I could look into it, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, it can't hurt. I mean.
I stopped getting the hard.
Yeah, we already paid for this
for
year.
Here,
Okay,
something to look forward and then. future.
well, you could, if you wanted to, you could probably stop it and get reimbursed for the difference.
Well, a lot of people like the magazine, and I've asked in years past if they would go
to the online version, and most say no. We want the hard copy. Yeah, it's.
So is this fee just for the hard copy?
For the
No.
subscription, we're
Like
subscription.
Yeah,
fine.
I get it online, so,
I guess let's find out, just.
I will.
And does this also include a number that we get?
It's all, like directors that get it. I have the list. I
Okay.
just not
We get
off the
it.
top of my head.
I know.
And council gets it.
There, yeah. I mean, it's a nice magazine, it's just expensive.
Well, maybe we could just look at who's receiving it and who really is using it. It's a good organization to support.
Yeah, a lot of people, they do like it, so, from what I.
Well, I just figure we're cutting water, might as well cut.
Cut paper.
Paper.
I'll look into that.
Okay. Yes, Mr. DeBovi.
I'd like to ask a question on a topic that was brought up a couple meetings ago, if that's okay. It was related to Central Auto. The first original issuance of the budget showed 430.
Right.
You then announced that it was now the ask was 600.
Right.
You were asked to explain that and you did not. Can we get an explanation of that?
Yeah, so I revised it.
Yeah, 70.
Yeah, I revised it afterwards, after we posted the budget. So, yeah, it's an increase, an administrative increase, I guess you can say it was. I reduced it before I really heard the DPW director out. And so he came to me and said, hey, we're not going to be able to survive with this. And so I put it back. So I changed it after the fact. Yeah.
The spend from last year was 388 off of an $800,000 budget amount.
Yeah. So that was the spend as a 12/31/2024.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're spending 200,000 a year more.
I can give you the as of today spend against the 2024 budget. And I think it'll look much more realistic what we're budgeting for 25. I will give you that, or,
Okay.
I'll send it to the council president to distribute. But you're right about the first thing. Yeah. I went ahead and changed it, and then, now it's the new iteration in this version of the budget. Well, it's been for a while, but yeah, it changed from the first budget.
And did the department head give you anything you could offer us today that explains why we need more, not just saying we need more money to
Yeah, I think, Mr. Reynolds talked about it when he was here. We have a really aging fleet. Everything is more expensive. That's really his justification for it. Again, if it's the council's prerogative to cut it, they can cut it with a vote.
Right, but this is why we're asking questions, and it helps to have good feedback back from those questions, and we haven't gotten that yet. So,
What
I'm just
page?
making an
Yeah.
observation here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing would be to show the current spend. That would help, obviously, so we owe you that. We'll give you current spend, and, we can't predict the future for the big repairs. We kind of know, hey, every month so-and-so is going to get an oil change here, but, sometimes a Durango engine goes out and it's 15K, and it's like, but we owe you the current spend. I agree with you on that, Mr. DeBovi, sorry. And we'll supply that.
Yeah, and if it's something you can bring to us before the next meeting, that will give us a little bit more to chomp.
Yeah,
a little bit more
I'll have
time.
Paula send that around. Miss Reynolds.
Just to follow up, though, you also had said that most of the vehicles we have are leased.
Right.
No, no. I've explained this several times. It's called a capital lease, but we really buy
We
them.
have to
Yeah.
pay for maintenance and upkeep and all that.
Yeah, we buy them. It's just the way it gets like spread out over so many years, but we own them. So like after we make our lease payments, we own it. So I know I call it a lease, but it's not a traditional lease in the sense that it's like, all right, we'll put 2,500 down, you pay 400 a month, and then after 36 months, you hand it in. We're financing the full boat. It's just, they call it a capital lease because that's what you can do in government. So we own it, yeah.
And we get the car afterwards. I think usually the leases are about 6 years. I think that's what it is. Maybe it's changed, but then we get the vehicle, so.
Yeah, and
we're
by going
get all the time.
through,
That's essentially what.
we're doing the program for the fleet management with Enterprise. They're supposed to tell us like, all right, they're supposed to track all the maintenance and they say, all right, it's 3 years old. You put this much money into it. Now is the time to sell it. And then you can put the sale and roll it into a new purchase through that, right? So that's what they're supposed to be doing is like monitoring that and saying, now's the time to strike and get rid of this car and get something new. And you're going to have better gas mileage and you're going to have less maintenance work and all that.
Mr. Ziniak, who manages that for the township? You
Uh,
keep saying they're supposed to.
So that's it. No, they do.
Because-
They do. I mean, I'm always sort of like, I question, they're making money, right? They have to make money from this. I hope the enterprise doesn't sue me, but like they're making money for it. I know they make it sound like they're very altruistic in helping us, but they're making money at the same time. So it behooves them to say, yeah, buy a new vehicle. Now's the time. We'll sell this one and you roll it in and buy a new vehicle. But, is it always in our best interest? I would hope so. But again, they have a vested interest that we buy the cars through them and they tell us it's time to buy new cars. And then, we have an employee, now we'll bring up their name, but we have an employee that works very closely with them and manages the fleet, so.
Councilwoman, did you have a question? Councilman
Yeah,
Castelli?
can you send us the page with your update? Looks like it's page 90 under central auto. And from what I could look, under auto parts line 151, originally it was budgeted, the department had asked for 799, 392. And then spent in 2024, 388, 236. You budgeted 430. I'm going to assume you bumped that up 170,000 and made that 600 online.
No, I mean, so as was
Just
pointed
would
out,
it spread it out more on other parts of this page.
well, as was pointed out, with the original budget document, I'm trying to navigate to this. The original budget document had a lower amount requested. I can bring it up.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Oh.
You put in.
Yeah,
for
I mean, I
fund-
changed it after the fact. I did. So,
Yeah, okay, I
um,
didn't get that copy. Maybe was that last meeting that?
no, this was like early on. Because when Mr. Reynolds went for Central Auto, the new amount was in there.
My notes on it.
So,
Well, certainly, car prices and replacement parts prices have been going up. I think the tariffs has also negatively
that's
impacted
true,
the
yeah.
pricing. So I don't know, but I'm just spitballing.
but I think, we definitely owe you the spend because that is some of the best data that we can give you is, hey, we've spent X amount of dollars halfway through the year. That's one of the few data points you can really utilize for your decision making. So we'll get you that. And try to help you make that decision the best way that we can. So
Anything else, anybody?
So what's next time? Senior services?
So next time is going to be the mayor, senior services, administration, and health insurance and pension.
Sorry, Mayor, Senior Services,
Mayor, senior services, administration, S&W and OE. Health insurance. And pension.
And if we have time, we could just start approving the cuts.
Yeah, we're going to have 4 hours and
When is this meeting? We don't know yet.
Well, that's the next question.
what do we do? What do we know? This Carnival.
Well, next week. Hold on, I'm sorry, I have to get my calendar. July. So. I know that Mr. Fagan is available on the 8th. I am available on the 8th. I don't know who else is available.
I think we might have something else scheduled on the 8th,
Okay.
What?
special meeting.
Yeah, okay, well, let's talk about that in a second, sir.
We can't talk about it during the budget workshop because it's
Yes.
not been advertised.
So what's the next availability after the 8th?
I'm not available on the 8th.
I'd have to look at my calendar.
Nobody talked about the 8th. I'm not available.
So I know no Wednesdays in July, because the zoning, director of zoning asked me to leave those open for any special meetings that she may have to schedule, so.
They were confirmed this afternoon. West Essex Highlands
Okay,
is going to be on the 16th, 23rd, and the 30th.
okay, so, thank you, Joe. And then. I don't know. I don't have the calendars in front of me
Okay.
for other.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the.
No. No, it's fine. So,
But if you could just come up with,
some dates.
yes,
Sure.
please.
Okay.
And I'm sure all the council members will be very attentive and very responsive once you
Okay.
send those out. Please.
So the first date available, we're not gonna take it for the budget, you wanna take it for something can we do that something not on a public meeting, or?
What do you mean? If you're all meeting.
Yeah.
Forum, it has to be a public meeting.
I'll ask you.
Okay.
And Councilwoman Rudin is on vacation next week?
I'll be away, yes.
Yeah, so we
July
can't go
9th,
till the
right?
14th.
I'm sorry,
I
July
don't think,
10th,
6th,
6th.
and when are you coming back?
16th.
Oh, so we really have to iron out this other problem.
Yes, we do.
I think we should do it instead of procrastinating.
And we can't talk about it tonight at all?
We can talk about it, but
We can talk about it, but we cannot take a vote.
Okay, so let's talk about it and then we'll make a
I have a
meeting to
legal
take the
opinion
vote.
from Mr. Burke.
Okay.
Let me just read it so that everybody's on the same page, please. Since this wasn't advertised as a special meeting, the discussion is probably not limited to only the budget. However, the council should not take action without public comment. The council should not try to remedy this by allowing for public comment now, since the meeting has already been advertised in advance as not allowing for public comment. In other words, if the council wants to discuss the council vacancy, it can do so, but it should not take any formal action.
Well, why don't we discuss it and then have a emergency meeting to take the vote?
there has to be a reason for an emergency meeting.
Yes, you have to have an agenda.
You have to have an agenda for emergency meeting.
Yeah, you have to have an emergency. This is an emergency.
So, we seem to be continuing to, not be able to find a consensus on moving ahead on this, but Here's what I've proposed. I've proposed that we schedule 2 special meetings that both I hope can capture Councilwoman Rudin before she goes on holiday. So the first meeting would be to consider and take a vote on whether to keep the vacancy open until the special election in November, or to decide to have to fill the vacancy. And then the second meeting would only be if the council votes to fill the vacancy. And at the second meeting, we would then interview the candidates. And I just threw out, suggested perhaps the interviews would be 7 or 8 minutes apiece. And I believe there are 16 candidates.
Yes.
And then after that, we can discuss and decide. So the first meeting would be to decide whether to keep the position vacant until the November special election, which is going to happen anyway. Or if we wanted to we would vote to fill the vacancy, in which case we would have the second meeting. That way we don't have candidates coming to the first meeting if we're not going to be interviewing, so they can watch it on Zoom or something.
So.
But that's my suggestion, and I was just looking for time. So,
So,
Madam
Council
Clerk,
President, if that first meeting sounds like it would be relatively brief, so maybe that could be via Zoom during the day.
If you have public comment.
it could, but you have to have public comment, and if you do it
So we
by
can have
Zoom,
public comment.
you have less control over that.
True.
Than you would at a in-person meeting where we would limit the public comment to. But I think it's really important to have the public comment.
Right. No, I agree.
So
No.
that was my thinking.
And then you have to,
Councilwoman Scarpa, did you have something to say? Please just.
Oh, that's
Mr.
okay.
Fagan.
I can wait till you're done.
and then talking about budget and all of that. So there's a cost to having both those meetings as well.
Yes, indeed,
So-
but I don't see any way around them.
And if we don't take action on,
It just remains vacant.
it just remains
Okay,
vacant.
so that's a possibility. I think we need to do the budget first. We need 2 more budget meetings. How are we going to fit in all these meetings?
We are going to lose Councilwoman Rudin shortly, so I think that's an urgency that we could still meet the budget issues and have a meeting to introduce the budget on the next regular meeting, which is July 22nd. But we're going to run into the deadline for the council vacancy decision well before that, and certainly well before Councilwoman Rudin is on holiday. So I think that should be our priority.
Well, I can't be in person until the 9th. I could be on Zoom, but I can't be in person, depending on the time.
Okay, well, maybe we just do it
And I
Zoom
can't do the
then.
3rd at all.
Is that what people want to do? Councilwoman Scarpa, thanks for your patience.
Yes, I prefer to, well, I'm on Zoom anyway, and I just think we need to get this over with as soon as possible so we can focus on the budget.
Yes, I think they're both important priorities. I noticed that Councilwoman Rudin is mulling this all over. Could you, let us know your thoughts, please?
Well, I was just wondering, with the 4 of us are here right now, why can't we make a decision about whether or not we want to make a decision? I think I've already made myself clear that I do want to make a decision, and I do want to fill this seat. If the 3 of you are not have had, and I know that Councilwoman Castellino has made her position very clear.
And I think I have too.
Please,
Okay.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
So-
could you just let Councilwoman Rudin?
Oh, sorry.
So my question is that why can't we have the first part of the meeting here right now?
Because it wasn't advertised. You have to advertise meetings.
Okay.
You can't just, you can't add something to something that's already been
Okay,
advertised.
so I know that the rules of advertising are changing
Mhm.
and they were just posted. Are we still required to have a 48-hour?
Yes, the only thing that changed was you're allowed to put your notices online, and I don't think that takes effect until March of 2026.
Right, but how are we going to do that until then? Because it also says you could put it on the board.
I'm
which-
waiting for a legal opinion on it, so I have to, because it doesn't take effect until March of 2026, I may just leave it as is, the way we do it now.
Right, but we're still guided by OMPA regulations.
Yes.
So how do you do a 48-hour notice if we are no longer having a,
You would notice it online.
where online?
We're going to put notices, we're going to have a special section for notices right on our website. Melanie and I have already talked about it. We're going to sit down and work it all out.
Okay,
And they're
so
gonna
is
put
that
it-
also going to be obvious to the public? Because that is now our,
It's on the website.
is it going to be on the front and center so that, so
I
that people
don't
know?
We haven't worked it out yet. We just
Okay.
had this discussion today because they
Alright.
just changed the law, so.
So the earliest we could have a meeting is on Thursday.
No, we can't. Joe's not available. I'm not available. Dean is not available. Michelle's not available. So Thursday is out.
Okay. And this has to be a Zoom meeting?
No,
So if
if we do a Zoom meeting, as Council President said, we have to have public comment. There's no control over
I
public.
physically can't be here to the
Right.
night, but I can be on Zoom on Monday, late afternoon. And Tuesday, and I'll be here on Wednesday night. But no, I can't be here Wednesday night, Tuesday night, I could be here.
And that's when they want to do the budget, I think. Oh, no, I'm mistaken. I'm getting confused with the meeting.
Okay, so
She's gone
Y-
anyway. She-
no, but I will get on to, for this. For this, yeah, I'd like to have this as soon as possible. I think you had requested that this take place on Thursday. And is that still possible to have it on Thursday? Oh, Thursday's not a possibility.
No.
And then so here's my problem with, and why I'm not supportive of filling the seat. And it's unfortunate because there's a lot of great candidates.
Could I
Well, we
just,
can't
could I
really
just,
do
wait,
that.
wait, can I just stop?
Yeah.
Because I think we need to save this for when people have been noticed and they're coming to it to hear what we're doing and they can come and speak. What we're trying to do is trying to schedule 2 meetings
Okay.
that we can actually do this.
Okay, can I just
So-
say one thing?
Could I-
So we heard from Councilwoman Castellino and Councilwoman Rudin and Councilwoman Scarpa. We haven't heard from you as to
Where you're
what
at
your
with this.
thoughts are.
I'm Mr. Consensus. Whatever everybody else wants to do, I am available.
No, I don't mean that. I mean about
Okay.
the vacated seat. Clearly, Councilwoman Rudin wants to fill it. The other 2 council people do not.
Again, again, I think it's vitally important that we properly publicly notice a meeting to discuss the vacancy. And it doesn't do any good for us to be talking about it now. And then we get the meeting done, we have public notice, everybody who cares can be on the call. And they can hear us and more, and perhaps just as important, if not more important, they can tell us what they want to do.
Right, but I
So-
understand that, but if you're not interested in filling the vacated seat, then
Yeah.
this is
Yeah,
all
we're
for
wasting
nothing.
time. It's wasting time.
I have not decided at this point what
Okay.
I want to do.
Fine. Okay.
I just want to add, and it's unfortunate, I know it couldn't be helped by, Councilwoman Deborah Michael, that, the timing of her announcement, but again, it's, the timing's tough here, I was gone for 2 weeks, I just got back. We're not done with the budget, you're leaving, and we only have, it's not like we have an extended time. We only have to the 12th to get this task done, which I just feel is impossible to get it done properly. That's why I feel the way I do. And I just want to say that publicly because I didn't get a chance the last meeting. That's all.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think it's irresponsible not to be focusing on the budget, which should take clear priority.
But okay.
So what we have out on the, it's not a motion, but we have it on the floor. We're trying to figure out how to have the 2 meetings. Have we even agreed that that's the proper way forward, that we have planned 2 meetings, the first meeting to decide whether we want to fill the vacancy and the second meeting to decide to interview the candidates and decide on that. Have we even agreed on that?
I had suggested a procedure prior to that, one meeting. You know, each candidate comes up, introduces themselves, has 5 minutes. Then the council has 5 minutes to ask questions of each of the candidates as they're, you know, as they go along. 16 candidates done. Council adjourns, goes into executive session, has a discussion. No decisions will be made in executive session. You come back out, council makes their nominations, takes a vote. The mayor will be here in case there's a tie, and we move forward that way. It's one night, one and done, 4 to 5 hours.
And
I
that-
like one better than two if we have to move forward.
Because I don't think there's that many days in the week where everyone's going to be available.
And this has to be done by the 12th.
Yes, absolutely. It's 30 days.
And I don't think we should be inviting the 16 candidates to a meeting where we might not even agree to
I
to
definitely
interview.
agree, because I don't think that's fair, because when I was appointed, and it's hard for me not to appoint somebody but I had a year to prove myself to get reelected. When I got appointed, obviously, people had made up their minds, and I felt bad for the people that came and interviewed and felt, you know, a different way. So I don't want to do that to folks, especially if some of you already know who you want, and then we're wasting all these people's time. It's the middle of summer, I'm already getting phone calls, what are you guys doing? You know, you know, should I be around next week? Like, I feel bad for people. It's in this worst time for this to have happened. I know it could have been helped, but at the same token, I'm not gonna feel bad, because, I mean, we all have plans already set in stone, and so do these folks. So I think, you know, the decision needs to be made as soon as possible, whether we're gonna do this or not, so people can move on with their lives in the summer. It's not fair to hold people up.
I would agree. A lot of people have been calling me as well.
I've gotten a couple emails.
Yeah, I don't blame them. I'd be antsy too. I was hoping that everything would have been decided before I got back. That's why I clearly stated how I felt before I left, so you guys would have had a decision made whether you're moving forward or not, and here I am 2 weeks later, and there's still a stalemate, so I get it. It's really tough, especially with a lot of pressure from people in the community. And I just don't see us sitting there with 16 resumes and making a decision that night, knowing the history of how fast we roll along. So
This is not a tough decision. We have a mandate to fill this. This is our obligation. We don't get to choose what we're going to follow and what we're not. This is our obligation. The electorate voted for 5 council people. Unfortunately, Asmaret had to step down. We owe it to the public to be fairly represented by 5 individuals. The reason why we're having all of these problems is because one is going, and I had a funeral last week, and if I hadn't had a funeral and we had filled the seat, we would have had a quorum. So I feel that there's this decision needs to be made. You were the beneficiary of this decision at one point when the council did not hesitate to fill that seat. And the right thing to do is to fill the seat.
I agree, but the
timing is important because we are running into problems because we're not a full complement on the council.
Okay, so question for you. Are you looking at the 16 applicants with with open mind on all 16? Or do you have a preconceived notion of who you want? That's where I have a problem with this, that we're gonna waste people's time when you already know who you want. So just go ahead and have a vote. So we could work this out next week. I'll make myself available Tuesday night, I guess, via Zoom. I'm not sure if that works for Mr. Fagan.
My son's wedding.
Oh, congratulations.
Congratulations. Listen, it's a crazy, you know, it's the summer.
It's hard.
It's like. just-
That's why we should have done this right away, and I'm not really sure why we waited since you
Yeah,
had
guys know
already
how I
made
felt.
your,
Yeah, that's
you had
okay.
already,
I let just know. I know
Well,
I'd be out of touch.
and I respect that you made your position clear. I don't know why we waited. And frankly, we're waiting for for Councilman Krokoviac to make up his mind. Because at this point, that's what's,
Try to put pressure on me, that's fine. It's not working, okay, just so you know.
It's okay.
I think it's important to do this in a properly noticed meeting where
I-
people can see what we're doing and speak a public comment if they want to. That's my position.
Yes, and Councilman, that's exactly why I followed the procedure that I followed with getting the resumes from people. Because I know a couple of the council members wondered why I did that. That is the procedure we have followed in the past. That is the procedure for transparency's sake. Otherwise, there would have been a lot more issues with the public and making decisions behind closed doors and everything that we've dealt with over the years. So to avoid all of that, you know, there was a call for candidates, resumes, a fair opportunity for any resident who may not have previously been involved, but wants to be involved, or, you know,
Thank you.
so, you know, and the interview, you know, that's how we did it when you were.
Yeah.
So that's the
We also didn't have the
procedure we
time
followed.
crunch like now. This is. you
Well,
know,
yeah, it was different time.
this is in
Yeah,
September.
that's
October.
unfortunate, sure.
So again, when's everybody available? Here we go.
just let me know and I.
The 9th,
Make myself
Joe,
available.
are you available? Wednesday? And if not you, is there someone else that is available that may be able to
Okay.
help us?
What about during the day?
It's gonna take a while.
What time are you talking about?
I would say night, because during the day we work and I have things I have to do, so.
Wednesday night, when's the ninth? Is that
The 9th
Wednesday?
is a Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's the only Wednesday in July that's available.
I could make myself available. Okay.
I don't know.
Could you confirm and just let the clerk know, Mr. Fagan? You can?
All right.
Thank you. Okay, so we.
If not the
we
9th,
have
the 10, Michelle,
I know I can't,
do the 10.
the tenth I
What
can.
I would suggest is, and
Okay.
I, pardon the interruption, is I would schedule the meeting for when you guys are available.
Tenth I could be.
You don't have to schedule it around me.
No, I know.
If we do it the 9th, if you want to schedule for Wednesday evening, the 9th, and that's when everybody's available, and that's going to work, I would suggest doing that, whether or not I'm the Zoom moderator or not.
Councilwoman Castellino said
I can't do the 8th. And I think Councilwoman Scarpa also.
I can't do the 8th.
Why can't we do the 3rd?
because I'm not available, Joe's not available, Dean is not available. Yeah, it's,
No, I understand. I'm just asking.
yeah, people have plans, so, yeah. That's why they're, you know, I have plans with my family. Dina's off that day. She took the day
Vacation.
off, so.
Again, nobody knew this was gonna happen, so it's like.
All right, so you're available the 10th.
I guess
Councilwoman
I'm
Rudin, you'll
available.
make yourself available, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You're talking the 9th and the 10th?
Council President,
my
are you
concern is-
available?
I'm available anytime, 24/7
Okay.
until we get this done.
And Councilwoman Scarpa, are you available the 10th?
Yes, I am.
All right, so unless there's something else, you know, we're gonna,
10th I could be in.
we're gonna
person.
do, right, we'll do the 10th. I
And
just
then
have
do
to
we
check the
need to have
calendar.
a separate meeting if somebody is going to be installed?
Yes.
I could do the 10th.
And when would that be? Because if you're scheduling the 10th, the 12th is the deadline.
Well, I go back to my suggestion, bring the candidates in, and if the seat remains vacated, that's a chance you take. I mean, I'm sorry that 16 people will have to come in and be heard and all of that, but in the end, you don't know, they're not guaranteed anyway, so why
No.
don't you just bring them in and have them interviewed? You know, 5 minutes they speak, 5 minutes you guys ask questions, then you
And-
go into what do you call, oh, wait, Melanie just.
And
texted
that's
me.
fine if you know that you're gonna be open-minded to all 16. I think that's a fair and equal process, but if some people already know who they're gonna pick, I think that's disingenuous to those 16 people walking in the door. I don't think that's fair to them.
The zoning board had, oh, no, that's the public.
I think the more important question is instead of who, since we've all seen the resumes, The question is whether or not that seat will be filled. And if that seat is not going to be filled and that's going to be decided at that meeting, and calling all of these people into a meeting that
Yeah,
has no purpose is a waste of time.
yeah. Well, that's why we have the first meeting. Then we could talk about that at that
Well,
meeting.
that's why I don't know why we can't do that publicly sooner than the 10th, because the 10th is putting us up against a wall.
Because of everyone's schedule.
I mean. you all
Councilwoman
know how I
Scarpa is
feel.
not available.
Meeting without me.
You. Well, yeah.
So since Councilwoman Castellino has already made her opinion clear, her schedule should not really,
Well, on the vote,
Matter.
she should be absolutely included.
okay?
Yeah,
Would be nice.
that's not right. For anyone to be excluded for
Yeah.
that.
And I agree with her. I think we need to focus on the budget and get the real work done. For
So-
3 months, this is
so can
ridiculous.
So Councilwoman Castellino, you're not available. So say we were.
I'm
to-
available Zoom on certain times.
Okay, so say we were to do the shorter meeting.
The problem is with the public comment, it could be 5 minutes, it could be 2 hours.
Yeah.
If I knew I had like just a half hour meeting hour, I could give you more time frames, but again,
Well, why not do something on the 9th and the 10th?
you guys would have taken care of it. Sorry about that. Because I have a booked week.
What was the?
I'm just gonna make a phone call to see if I can be available on the 9th.
I could be here like at 7 on Zoom.
John, do we have
I
enough?
have something
time
between 5.
In case he's not available?
She's a Zoom moderator.
Yeah, I wonder if she could do the 8th. I know Scarpa can't.
Are we still live?
Yeah, the 8th is gone, huh?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Miss Brill is a Zoom moderator.
Do we need to still be live?
Yeah, it has to be a public
Yeah.
meeting. It has to be a public.
No,
meeting.
I understand. I'm talking about right now, just to make the date. This is still,
I believe,
Oh, no, we don't have to waste everybody's time. We
Yeah.
can get off and figure the date.
yeah,
You're gonna
we're
notice
just
it
figuring out a
anyway.
date
Yeah,
right
but
now.
it's still.
You still have a quorum, right? And you're making a decision?
A statement from the attorney. He said we could discuss it live and we're already into the discussion, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's got to call Miss Brill to see when she's available for Zoom. So why don't you just like, instead of
What
us
I'm trying to figure out is, give me the dates and I'll.
spend a
coordinate
half
something.
hour.
I just, I convinced my son to elope, so I'm available
All right.
on the
Let's
9th.
make
and
sure we
the-
invite him to the Zoom. Send him the invite.
I'm available on the 9th and 10th.
It's good, Joe.
Okay, yes. All right, so,
That's so painful. Who's on first?
right. Is everyone available on the 9th?
Yes.
Yeah.
If I'm alive.
I am not between 5 and 7:30. I have something.
So we'll do a late meeting.
I could
No,
do
I'm not
Zoom.
interested in doing late
I know.
meeting. And then
I don't mean to be
have-
difficult. I
have
mean,
that
I
the
have,
next Night.
I mean, during the day I'm good, but
Yeah, then only Zoom, right?
only Zoom during the day, yeah.
Well, there are going to be 3 people on Zoom then, and Joe will be here.
That doesn't make any sense.
You you might as well go on Zoom, do it all on Zoom.
But I guess if I'm here,
But if the candidates are here,
Well, they'll
Yeah.
come on Zoom. They can talk on Zoom.
Now, the candidates would be coming in on the
I was
10th.
just doing public comment just to say,
okay.
maybe nobody shows up.
If you're working on 2 meetings, the 10th would be the meeting where you make your decision as to the vacancy. You interview and make your decision at that point. We're trying to discuss the meeting prior to that.
The 9th is the meeting where we decide whether we want to fill it or not.
Correct.
You're
Okay,
fine.
that makes sense.
6.
6. So what happened to the 7?
So, yeah,
You do Zoom on the 7th?
7th is fine.
She's making herself available.
Why
Via
can't,
Zoom.
Why can't we meet earlier?
I could do Monday, the seventh at later.
Well, right, because you're only available via Zoom during the day.
Yeah,
So that's where we came to the discussion about the public comment and not being able to control, who calls in and all of that stuff. So it's literally an impossible situation.
Why can't we have a Zoom meeting? You're worried about like a Zoom?
I'm not
call?
worried about anything. Council president is
In this
concerned
particular
about,
case, since we have 3 council people who may be virtual. I think we're gonna need to do a Zoom meeting and have it open to the public.
We can do that. We'll just,
take our chances.
yeah, that's fine with me. If that's what works for everybody else, again, I'm just looking for consensus.
Okay.
So we'll do that Monday, right? We can do that on Monday, the 7th, the Zoom meeting,
Well,
get it over with.
yeah, I mean, I don't know when everyone is available, so, when are you available? I can't remember what you said.
like 1.
1 and
o'clock
the 7th.
Safe.
Okay, and the
I have a
other,
doctor's appointment at 2, so I can't be available till 4 or like noon.
well, 4 is actually better for me because we work, but actually Monday is not good. I have a prior commitment on Monday.
Monday night.
5:30.
Oh, 5:30. I should do 12.
I could not be on the 7th. I can do the 9th and the 10th.
Okay, so let's go back to the 9th. At the 7th. All right, we're gonna go back to the 9th and we just need to decide on a time.
Okay.
You think 7 o'clock's too late for you, I guess. It wasn't with Zoom.
It's Zoom, but you have people calling in and making public comment. I mean, we could be here till midnight and then we have to come back the next night again. So it's just,
I mean, I
it is what it is.
Yeah,
So
I could
at
do
this
7
point, 7 on,
on the 9th via Zoom.
does
You
that
really
work?
think we're gonna have more than an hour of public comment?
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, they get
How
5
that
minutes
works.
each.
I know.
Do you really want to further complicate this? It sounds like we're close. Oh,
Go for it.
well, you're a member of the Citizens Budget Advisory Board.
Yeah.
Grab a microphone.
Now,
You
seriously,
can participate.
You have very understandable, valid concerns about being exclusively on Zoom. So Council President, if you can be in the room, you can do your public comment from the room. Everyone else will be on Zoom. And Councilwoman Castellino arrives when she can arrive. You'll have your quorum. You start your meeting 6 o'clock on the 9th-ish. Start your meeting, start your public comment. Your meeting's not going to finish by 7. And even if it does, you know what her vote is. So I would just suggest on the 9th, you get started. She arrives when she can. And you get to business.
say it. All right, next. You sit down.
We can start at 6:30.
Huh?
6:30.
All right.
Business time.
Well, if that's what everybody wants to do, that's fine. But again, I don't want to restrict people's ability to speak, to make public comment on this. That's all. And I don't want it, I don't want my presence here to be the mechanism to try to avoid allowing people to speak.
I think we're trying to avoid it. I think we're trying to avoid any issues with people calling in, like we've said all of
Yeah, that's
this
been
whole
a-
year. We're not trying to silence anybody.
Right, but if you don't take Zoom, if you
If-
don't take Zoom comment when 3 of the 4 council people are not here, and who knows where you'll be
Yeah, but
when.
we do it anyway every week with
Yeah.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, we've been having
It just
meetings.
so happens that this happens to be some time where, but to open up public comment on Zoom, that absolutely not necessary. People can come in person. They can send emails. They can call to make their voices heard.
Well, again, I'm just looking for consensus. If everybody else has agreed to do that, then I've agreed to it. I've spoken my concerns, so.
No, and I appreciate your flexibility, and people have to understand too, like, we were supposed to be off these weeks. Like, we weren't
Right.
scheduled to have anything when we set our calendar. And so there's plans that people make. So again, I really appreciate you guys for really putting yourselves out there and being flexible. I'm not trying to be non-flexible, and I'm always flexible. This past month, I was very vocal, before we knew this happened. Hurry up, get the budget done, because I'm gonna be booked up in the end of June and beginning of July, and here we are. So I just don't want the public to think I'm not being flexible. I've been advertising on, this was
Right.
So are we agreed?
Yes, via Zoom and in person on the 9th, starting at 6:30, and then what time on the 10th? Because that's the night that the decision will be made.
Just for clarity, public comment's going to be permitted
Only in person.
in person. Okay. You'll confirm that, Madam Clerk, in
I
the
shall.
email? Okay. So the
Mhm.
9th at 6:30.
Correct.
Okay, I'll schedule the Zoom platform.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Not to complicate things further, but if the vote is, we're not gonna move forward with applications,
Well,
would the 10th be a
10th.
budget hearing or no, you won't? be
Yeah.
You can.
Or it doesn't matter, you don't have to jump
So
in
I'll
that.
put, as necessary.
Does that
for the
work for you,
purpose.
2 nights in a row though, or no?
I'm here 24/7, whatever needs to get done on these two issues. So don't.
Yeah, I'd like to
Fast.
work on the budget. I
Wait.
could do the 10th.
On the 10th.
The 10th, I can be, yeah.
Okay, all right. So what time on the 10th? Should we?
Well, you have to do it early because you're gonna have,
16. And yeah, you have to come up with a
I
timeline.
would do 4 o'clock.
Oh, really? That early?
If you have 16 people and you're gonna, if the vote goes that you're interviewing people, you have 60.
That's more than 2.5 hours if you give them 10 minutes, so.
So.
And you gotta deliberate.
Oh, what about public
It's
comment?
fine.
What about public comment on the 10th?
You have,
Yeah.
Because everybody's gonna have their supporters.
Oh, please. This is
oh, that's right, because it's not personnel. Yeah.
Well, 4 o'clock
And
it
you're going
is.
by-
So,
O'clock it is, and we should probably allow the candidates to try to choose their time within certain limits.
oh,
Because there'll be people who can do it at 4 o'clock, that can't do it at 6 or 7, and then there's opposites.
Here's another problem. If, say, somebody is away next week and I just want to give people an opportunity, so. Again,
Don't some of these candidates work? Some might not be able to be here at 4. If they have a job, they probably work till 5 or 6
Then they
o'clock.
would sign up later in the evening.
let's pose that question when we have let's get to see if we're even gonna have.
Oh, yeah, we can discuss it further at the first meeting if we decide to
this is
fill it.
true.
There's plenty of time.
All right. Okay, so 7, 9, 6:30
Maybe
via
we
Zoom in
can-
person, 7, 10, 4 o'clock via Zoom and in person.
Thank you.
Zoom in.
I make a motion to close this meeting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is there
I
a
second.
second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed?
Yeah.
The meeting's adjourned. Thank you,
Dr. Orr.
everybody.
Happy 4th of July.